involved on the behalf of organizers. We have 3 organizers here: CASS, Institute of Tibetan Think Tank, Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology. It's a branch of CASS. CASS is very renowned think tank, not only in China, all over the world. As far as I know, it ranks 39th position in world ranking, according to Pennsylvania University's world ranking record in 2017. And we have another organizer, Nepal-China Kailash Cultural Promotion Association, as well as Center for Nepal and Asian Studies, Tribhuvan University, one of the research centers at Tribhuvan University. I am executive director at that center. This is Mrigendra Karki. I would like to welcome, on the behalf of all these 3 organizing, committee and organizers, as well as myself. And what sort of printout you do have in front of you, we have made some changes because of some unavoidable circumstances. We were expecting some representative from Chinese embassy. Because of unavoidable circumstances, it is not possible. And we were expecting our Honorable Minister of Education. And at the last moment, we are informed that he is also not joining us today. So we have altogether 40 minutes we need to spend in this morning session. So we have first national anthem, that program. We will have Nepal and Chinese national anthem. So I would like to participate you all to be in this, I would like to invite Honorable President of Nepal-China Kailash Promotion Center. If I'm pronouncing wrong, please pardon me. Sometimes we do have pronunciation would be also cultural. I was lucky enough last month. I did participate in one conference organized by Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and Chinese President Xi Jinping was inaugurating that conference, and he was mentioning that we are heading towards multipolarity, and we have to respect all these sort of what sort of existence, multipolar existence we do have. That's why respecting that sort of pronunciation also. I'm not Englishman, I'm from Nepali. So if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, please pardon me. Ren Jun No, President of Association.
中国大使馆罗军先生、中国大使馆李秋英女士、王延东所长、各位专家、各位学者、女士们、先生们，大家上午好。
Mr. Luo Jun, Ms. Liu Yingqiu, Li Yingqiu, Mr. Wang Yanzhong, all the experts and scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
允许我代表美国中国开拉斯文化促进发展协会全体工作人员向在座的各位专家、各位学者表示崇高的敬意。
Presented here on behalf of all the staff of the Nepal-China Kailash Culture Promotion Development Association.
社会联系两国关系多年来一直非常显著。
For centuries, the relationship between the two countries has been remarkable for many years.
发展中发挥了关键作用。
To be more exact, China has played
中国的一带一路使命可以作为促进两国共同利益的催化剂。
In this context, China's mission of the Belt and Road can serve as a catalyst to promote the mutual interests of its neighboring countries.
政治体制、政治价值取向、社会制度、政治传统、民族宗教、历史文化等都不一样。
Differences in various areas such as political system, the political value orientations, the social system, the political traditions, the national religions, the history and culture and so on.
复杂性、文化的多样性、宗教信仰的复杂性等，都会使“一带一路”在推进过程中产生相应的风险。
Complexities, the cultural diversities, and the complexity of the religious beliefs will cause the corresponding risks in the process of the Belt and Road.
避免风险形成。
Therefore, we must eliminate this happening.
加强政治走势的研究，加强对沿线国家青年一代的教育培训，通过人文教育的交流，使沿线国家的青年一代更加深入地了解中国文化价值，进而正确认识“一带一路”的实质。
Countries pay more attention to education and training for the youth of the countries along the Belt and Road, and through the exchange programs of humanity education, the young generation of countries along the Belt and Road will have a deeper understanding of the Chinese cultural values. Only by doing so can these young men grasp and understand the essence of the Belt and Road correctly.
中国外交的斡旋能力、协调能力，提升中国化解地缘冲突的能力，努力消除替代的负面政治作用。
In diplomacy, to resolve geographic conflicts. At the same time, efforts must be made to eliminate the potential negative political effects.
国家更深入的要共商、共建、共享的发展理念，便于“一带一路”的进程更好、更快的推进与落实。
Further understanding of the development concept of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. With all this work done, the process and implementation of the Belt and Road process will be much better and faster. Thank you.
Sure. Of course, it's for International Symposium on Himalayan Studies. And in this context, I have been participating from the very first this international conference through the help of Professor Wang Yanzhong. We are arranging this conference here in Nepal, and Professor Wang Yanzhong is here with us, and CASS is being part of this international conference. And we went through our previous CASS document in 1984 when Kumar Vikram Shah was executive director at that center, and we had China text, and the president of CASS had visited our center. So I would like to again thank Thank you very much, Professor Wong. Connecting us and revitalizing our back history, what we had between CASS and Symposium. So, with this university, with this grant, we are here being a part of this international conference. So, I would like to invite Professor Wong to.
I use Chinese to speak some addresses. 最近的尼泊尔卡拉斯文化促进会
distinguished the Nipur China Class Cultural Promotion Association
人dân落部会长
President 人dân落部
中国大使馆骆军先生、李云秋女士
Mr. Luo Jun
特里公安大学哈佩教授乌布尔教授
Professor Kariki and Professor Lunki from
各位会议代表、各位
guests. Hello everyone, good morning.
非常高兴在美丽的加德满都与大家相聚一堂，来举行本次研讨会。这次研讨会是由中国社会科学院主办的社科论坛，也是由中国社科院西藏支部和民族学与人类学研究所承办的高层次的一次研讨会。这次会议呢，得到了尼泊尔中国凯拉斯文化促进会、特里公安大学的支持和帮助，也邀请到在座的各位尊敬的嘉宾来参与此次会议。在此，我谨代表中国社科院向莅临会议的各位代表表示衷心的欢迎和感谢。
It's a great pleasure. The Chinese Social Science Forum, organized by the Tibetan think tank of Chinese Academy of Social Science. The conference received great support from the Nipur China Classic Cultural Promotion Association and Nipur and the Asia Studies Center of Chupavan University. The Institution of Ethnology and Anthropology of CACC hosts the seminar with the above-mentioned organization. The third International Symposium on Himalayan Study is attended by socialists and experts from well-known academic institutions and think tanks in China and Nepal, representatives from the business community and other social leaders who care about the China-Nepal relationship and the development of the One Belt Road. At this moment, on behalf of Chinese Academy of Social Science, I would like to express my sincere welcome and gratitude to all of you.
特别是中国国家主席习近平在2013年首倡“一带一路”这样一个倡议之后，两国的关系得到了全方位的提升和发展。今年4月份，在北京第2届“一带一路”国际高峰论坛上，习近平主席在总结过去经验的基础上，进一步提出了与各相关国家加强合作、开放、共商、共建、共享，使“一带一路”能够更好地促进亚洲各国及沿线国家交流合作，更好造福各国人民的倡议。我们这次会议就是落实这样一次倡议的一个具体行动。
In particular, since the One Belt Road initially was launched in 2013, the relationship between the two countries has been enhanced and developed in all around. In the April of this year, China hosts the second Belt Road Forum for International Cooperation in Beijing. On the basis of past experience, proposed to strengthen cooperation with relevant countries, and parties in Asia and all along the Belt Road concerned to engage in consultation on building the One Belt One Road and share the benefits for their people. This conference
一是聚焦“一带一路”在喜马拉雅地区的互联互通和征信事宜；二是聚焦中尼两国关系，特别是两国经济社会可持续发展的比较研究；三是加强两国与喜马拉雅区域各国的 政治、经济、人民关系的历史和现状这方面的研究。希望这些主题呢，能够使与会的各位代表，展开发表真知灼见，展开深入的讨论，为我们促进“一带一路”的进一步的发展，促进各国中伊两国友好关系的发展，做出更大的贡献。
Himalayan region connected and Chinese before economic and social changes, and the Himalayan region history and the current situation of politician, economic and cultural relationships, and many other important issues. I wish all of you can express all the insights, inspire each other, and gain something from each other. This is also a concrete action to implement the 2019 One Belt One Road Beijing Summit initiative. Your contribution will help the One Belt Road initiative go far and go deep, and there is more benefit to our friendship of two countries.
第3届喜马拉雅区域国际研讨会。那么这次研讨会呢，由社科院国际合作局来提供了部分资助，并且把这个名字冠以中国社会科学论坛。同时，这次会议得到了尼泊尔凯拉斯文化促进会、特里公安大学人类学系和亚洲研究中心的大力支持。在此呢，我仅对以上机构和组织给予这次会议的支持和帮助表示衷心的感谢，并预祝本次研讨会取得圆满的成功。谢谢大家。
The international cooperation partner of Chinese Academic of Social Science, Nippon China Classic Culture Promotion Association, for the great support to this meeting. And I would also like to thank the Nippon and the Asia Studies Center of Japan University for their kindness support, and wish this conference on a successful closing. Thank you all.
I mentioned that some of the participants are absent today. Among them, one is my colleague, Dr. Chandra, Head of Anthropology Department. As far as I know, Tribhuvan University is going to organize one conference on internationalization of Tribhuvan University. Right Honorable President of Nepal, Vidya Devi Bhandari, she's inaugurating that international conference. So I beg excuses with my authorities to be the part of this conference. Maybe my colleague is involved in that international conference. That's why he is absent today in front of us. I would like to beg excuse on the behalf of my colleague, Dr. Chandranji. And we have another program that is very interesting. We are linking each other, connecting each other, not only by heart, emotion, civilization, through business too. So next our program is inauguration of Nepal Everest Automobile Manufacturing Company Limited in front of us. So in this occasion, some distinguished participants of this program. Of course, Honorable Minister Giriraj Pokhrel is not here in front of us, so I would like to invite Mr. Wang Yanzhong, Mr. Gong Paul, Mr. Lu Chun, Mrs. Li Young Chun, Mr. Xin Wang Chong, Mr. Ma Ying Bin, Mr. Chao Yong Huang. I would like to invite you all in this program.
宾。那么现在这个环节呢是这个珠穆朗玛分析人力公司呢在一块儿成立的，这是文促会一块儿挑战自文化促进会利用了2年的时间，我们完成了这么一个项目。这个项目呢就是说，预计啊再有1个月，我们汽车就可以下线了。也结束了这个离岛煤油汽车工业的历史。非常高兴，借助这次机会呢，我们搞一个揭牌的仪式，谢谢大家。好，谢谢各位，请我们回头坐，谢谢。
10 minutes before. So I would like to put this time, I would like to utilize, maybe we can have more interaction later. The speaker would like to speak more. Then without delay, I would like to invite you all in this group photo.
Thank you very much.
Nepal-China CASS Cultural Promotion Association. So I would like to request you all, it's a break time. We will take tea within 10 minutes, then we will resume this session, next session, after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
We are very pleased to invite 3 keynote speakers who have their keynote speech in this session. Should I invite the President, Mr. Gun Bao. Gun Bao is the chair of the Medellin and the Tibetan internet website, and he will be give us a speech on extraordinary drama affinity and long-lasting ties continue to write a new chapter of China-Nepal communication and creating Buddhism in the new era. Shall we start? Welcome.
我首先用汉语说2句。尊敬的中国社科院民族学与农学研究所所长王延忠先生，尊敬的中科院中国社科学院边疆研究所所长邢广成先生，尊敬的中国大使馆陆军一秘李银秋女士，尊敬的尼中开发性文化促进发展协会的会长任增罗先生，尊敬的这个我们著名的藏胞蒙古国驻尼泊尔的名誉领事财团军美徐斯塔先生，还有咱们尊敬的这个中国藏学研究中心的钟永斌研究员，西南民族大学的本家教授，还有我们这个特里格文大学的 专家学者。我叫龚宝，2012年到2017年，在这个中国驻尼泊尔大使馆工作，在这个土地上奋斗了5年，其中经历了2015年的这个8.1级大地震。所以说呢，昨天到这儿，心潮澎湃，感受良多。首先呢，我对这个咱们中国社会科学院和这个尼中CASS协会的邀请表示衷心的感谢。同时呢，祝愿我们的这次这个会议取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。讲给我们念一下。Distinguished guests, respected experts and scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very excited to return after 2 years to this beautiful land where I once worked very hard to contribution to the friendship between China and Nepal. To be frank, my heart is filled with joy and excitement. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the event hosted from the Chinese Academy of Social Science and associated organizer from the Nepal-China Cultural Promotion and Development Association. And I also would like to thank you for inviting me to this wonderful event. In particular, I would like to extend my best wishes for the success of this conference. My speech topic is a prosperous Buddhism Dharma and an endurance history of friendship, working together to write a new chapter in the exchange of Tibetan Buddhism between Nepal and China in the new era. As you know, there are a total of 14 great mountains whose peaks are over 8,000 meters above sea level around the world. 8 of the peaks are standing near the border between China and Nepal, including the famous mountain Tibet called Jomolangma, English called Mount Everest, and Mountain Lhotse. Similarly, among numerous giant rivers that flow throughout countries in the world, many of them originated near the border between China and Nepal, such as the river Indus and the Brahmaputra, Tibet called river Yangtze. Looking back at history, for thousands of years, neither high mountains nor broad rivers had stopped the communication between the peoples from China and Nepal. Just like an ancient Chinese saying stated, those who are like-minded never mind how far away the mountains and the seas distance them from each other. Looking back at the history of the cultural exchanges between China and Nepal, if we describe exchange as a rainbow bridge, there must be a shining color detected to Tibetan Buddhism. The Sino-Nepal Tibetan Buddhism friend exchanges has a long-standing history. They embrace and complement, in which they also created many beautiful stories. Lumbini, the peaceful Holy Land, gave birth to the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, and ignited the dissemination of Buddhism. Thousands years after the birth of Buddha, Buddhism, especially Tibetan Buddhism, played an important role in friendly exchange between the two countries. The dissemination and the development of Nepalese Buddhism culture had laid a preeminent foundation for the establishment of Tibetan Buddhism culture. In 669 AD, Songtsen Gampo from Tibet married with Nepalese princess Rajkumari Bhakut Devi, and the princess came to Tibet and brought many Buddhism artifacts as her dowries, including the famous life-size statue of 80 years old Sakyamuni. This marriage marked one of the beginning of the broad-scale introduction of Buddhism into Tibet. Additionally, Rajkumari Birkut also pioneered the construction of Buddhist temples by princes. Amongst about 110 Buddhist temples and the shrines that she made to build in Tibet, there also include the most famous Jukang temple, Chinese called Dadaosi. Among ways the founding of Buddhism channel between Tibetan and Nepal by Rajkumari Birkut, Buddhist seers were gradually introduced into Tibetan from Nepal, which laid the foundation for the establishment of Tibetan Buddhism. Luther Buddha, as Nepali called Lama Sambhawa, or Tibetan Guru Rinpoche, founder of the Tibetan Buddhism, used to practice Buddhism Dharma in Nepal. At today's Parping, Tibetan called the Yaneshu area in the southwest of Kathmandu, as well as the border area between China and Nepal, there are many relics related to him. After practicing and reaching to the highest consummation, the Dhamma Sambhava worked hard, overcome difficulties, and finally built the first monastery in Tibet, the Sami Monastery. Since then, the snowland of Tibetan region had its trinity in the Buddhist sense, like Buddha, Dharma, and monks. And the forerunner of Tibetan Buddhism, Nyingma sect, was also founded. All of this marked the beginning of Tibetan Buddhism. Apart from this, there is another important figure who was also instrumental in connecting China, Nepal Buddhism culture through his architecture contribution. And that is the Nepalese Princess Army Corps. He made a significant contribution to Sino-Nepal architecture, the construction of Buddhist monasteries. He was particularly important in introducing pagoda construction system into China. And as a matter of fact, the today famous white pagoda in Beijing was designed by him. Throughout history, many famous Tibetan Buddhist figures carried on and practiced Buddhism Dharma in Nepal, including Marbachi Lodri, the master translator and the founder of the school of Kagyu sect in Tibetan Buddhism. And his great disciple, Milarepa, as well as Nolodin Sher, the famous master translator in Kagyu sect. From the mid-11th century to the beginning of 15th century, different sects of Tibetan Buddhism were formed. Sajja sect, Nyingma sect, and the Kagyu sect, one after another were introduced into Nepal. At present, some of which are still influential in Nepal. From what I know, many wise, senior, and high-ranking lamas of the current 5 biggest sects of Tibetan Buddhism and Bon, the native religion of Tibet, still reside in Nepal to teach the Buddhist Dharma and Bon in charity. In Nepal, as I know, there are a total of over 1,000 monasteries, and most of them are located around the Kathmandu Valley. Some of these monasteries far exceed in size and number of monks compared to the peers China, especially the one of the Nyingma sect and the Kagyu sect. In fact, many of these senior lamas are my friend. Even today, we are still in touch. The friendly exchanges of Tibetan Buddhism between China and Nepal have a long-standing history. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Nepal, Nepal has set up a consulate in Lhasa city, and it became the only foreign diplomatic agency in Tibetan Autonomous Region of China. The friendly relationship between the two countries has nurtured an important development environment for the communication of the Buddhism exchanges. In 1984, the delegation of China led by Mr. Zhou to particularly the World Fellowship of Buddhist Conference in Nepal, Mr. Lokdashen Bajjarachaya, the then secretary to the former Nepalese king, proposed to Mr. Zhao Chu that China to assist in the revival of the Holy Land, Lumbini. In 1986, while participating in the 15th Conference of the World Fellowship of Buddhists, the 10th Panchen Lama, who was also the Vice Chairman of the Chinese National People's Congress and the Honorable President of the Chinese Buddhist Association, on behalf of China, committed to construct a Chinese temple in Lumbini. Soon after, the then President of the Chinese Buddhist Association, Mr. Zhao Chu, named this temple as Zhonghua Si, the Chinese Buddhist monastery. In 1998, the overseas Chinese temple was completed at Lumbini, the holy birthplace of Buddha. Once again, it became the shining light of friendly Buddhist exchange between China and Nepal. In last August, Master Zhongyong, the abbot of the Chinese Buddhist monastery in Nepal, paid an special visit to the high-level Tibetan Buddhism Institute of China in Beijing, located inside famous Xi Huangsi Lama Temple that was founded in 1987 jointly by 10th Panchen Lama and Mr. Zhao Chu. China and Nepal are connected by magnificent mountains and rivers, and the people in both countries, to some extent, share similar culture, and their heart and mind are connected closely. I personally experienced the 8.1 magnitude earthquake in Nepal that took place on April 25th, 2015. Right after the earthquake, the Chinese government and the Chinese embassy in Nepal and the Chinese people timely provided the disaster relief package to Nepalese people as soon as possible. Embassy staffs, monks from Chinese Buddhist monastery, and volunteers from Tibetan Buddhism circle inside of China rescued their lives from strong aftershock to deliver tents, drinking water, blankets, biscuits, iron sheet, and other necessary necessities to the victims at the earliest possible time. About 50 tents and 150 iron sheets used to build temporary shelters at the disaster zones were distributed to the victims through my own hand. After hearing the devastating earthquake, the government and the people from Yushu Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture in Qinghai Province of China raised more than 4.8 million yuan to donate it to the Education Bureau of Kathmandu for the reconstruction of a middle school at the disaster zone of Bodanat, Charukasho, Tibet. Not long ago, the grand completion ceremony of the school was held and the school has been handed over to Nepal. The earthquake is regardless for Shu. The people from Yushu who experienced the April 14th earthquake in 2010 felt the same as the Nepalese people that went through a tragedy. To give back the love the ones received from international communities, the people of Yushu also donated their love to Nepalese people who suffered from the natural disaster. Many of the donations come from the Tibetan Buddhist community in China. From April 25th to 27th of this year, the second Belt and Road Initiative Summit Forum on International Cooperation was held in Beijing. In this keynote speech at the opening ceremony, Chinese President Mr. Xi Jinping pointed out that it is necessary to actively build bridge between different civilizations to promote the environment of learning from each other and to form a multicultural and interactive platform for cultural exchange. The Belt and Road Initiative originated from China, but it belongs to the world. The Belt and Road Initiative construction has brought particular benefit to the countries and the people along the routes. President Bindya Devi Bhandari is the first president to Nepal. of Nepal to visit China. During an interview, she sincerely agreed with China's proposal of promoting mutual learning environment between different civilizations and connecting the heart and the mind of people while implementing the Build and Road initiative. She believes people should clearly appreciate the formations, development, and prosperity of different civilizations. Since the joining of the Build and Road initiative by Nepal, the cultural exchange between the two countries have broadened and deepened, and the friendly exchange on Tibetan Buddhism has also reached a new level. Marching to the new era, we should jointly write a new chapter linking the cultural exchanges between the two countries and facilitating the connection of the heart and the mind between the people from both countries through Tibetan Buddhism. Both countries should continue its effort in promoting the tradition of friendly exchanges. To accomplish the new chapter, we need to focus on our common goal, that is to cultivate human resource of Tibetan Buddhism. The 10th Panchen Lama once said, the cultivation of monk talent, human resource is the key source of strength to do a successful job, and there is no exception for the healthy promotion of Tibetan Buddhism. Hence, the two sides of us should strengthen exchanges and mutual learning on human resource. Leveraging on the Build and the Road initiative, we should broaden and deepen exchange and mutual learning and form joint talent training program to reduce scratches so that we can constantly inject talent to friendly exchange of Tibetan Buddhism between both countries. Accumulation. A new chapter also means to further upgrade the level and quality of cultural exchanges and communications of Tibetan Buddhism between the two countries. In recent years, the Buddhism cultural exchange between the two countries drove onto the expressway that covered the high-level Tibetan Buddhism Institution of China as one example. Apart from the above-mentioned visit of his Abbot Zhongyong, within 1 year, there were 2 more mutual-level Tibetan Buddhism Institute of China to Nepal, invited by the Nepal-China Kailash Cultural Promotion and Development Association, and also the other one in last January, led by the Zhaxi Gyaltsen Rinpoche, from Nepalese Shenzhou Dodenling Monastery to visit the high-level Tibetan Buddhism Institute of China in Beijing. In this visit, both sides had a face-to-face talk, and both sides brought about a number of constructive suggestions which lately become guidelines for a meaningful and improved communication. The future exchanges and communications between the two sides should not only addition in quantity, but also multiply in quality. We should aim to have more practical, more specific exchange. The visiting delegates should also be more representative. Respect leaders, experts, scholars, ladies in girls. A single flower alone is not a spring. Only a garden full of blooming and colorful flowers is a spring. Diversities make civilizations exchange, and this exchange promotes mutual learning. The mutual learning amongst different civilizations made the development in different fields possible. The friendly exchanges and communication of Buddhism between China and Nepal have thousands of years of history, which can be described as a prosperous and enduring Buddhist Dharma. Today, Tibetan Buddhism cultural exchange between the two countries enter into a new era. We need to cherish the Buddhist Dharma accumulated by our ancestors, continue to overcome obstacles, and work together to write a fabulous new chapter of Tibetan Buddhism exchange between China and Nepal in the new era. Thank you, Judge Delhi.
Speech on the bilateral relations of Nepal and China, especially the Buddhism, the connections between the boundary areas. And from your speech, we know a lot about the history of the exchange and cooperation in the boundary area and the cultural exchange. Thank you so much. Thank you. And the second speaker, I will invite the professor from the Department of Anthropology of Tamiliman University, Laya Prasada Bupati. Last year, asked a lot of the situations and the development of Nepal. Now, his speech will be a bridging policy of the predatory state for accumulation by dispersing losses of community in the eastern hill of Nepal. Welcome.
Good morning, still very good morning. Namaskar from the land of the Himalayas. I express my profound gratitude to the scholars of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, the Tibetan think tank, and Nepal-China CASS Cultural Promotion Development Association, as well as Center for Nepal and Asian Studies of Tribhuvan University, for giving me an opportunity to say something about the indigenous Nepali pageantry. Actually, I started taking part in the international symposium organized by CASS and Tibetan think tank since last year. Myself and my colleague Vinod Pokhrel were in Beijing last year to participate in the international symposium. And we both thank you very much for the warm welcome in Beijing. It was a successful hosting of the international symposium. We learned a lot about Chinese society and culture. So also thank you very much for organizing this event here in Nepal, so that the days ahead are of course challenging, but we can collaborate each other on a number of issues and broaden our intellectual horizon. So let us continue collaborating among our institutions. Thank you once again. The topic of my speech is agrarian policies of the predatory state for accumulation by dispossession. Loss of communal land resource among the indigenous Limbu peasantry in eastern hill of Nepal. The purpose of the paper to critically examine how the agrarian policies of an extractive state were geared toward the disintegration of communal mode production and accumulation by dispossession of indigenous Limbu peasantry of the far eastern Nepal at the level of state, that is, generation of land revenue through the reduction of communally held land and converting it into state-owned taxable land, and eventual elimination of the customary practice, and at the level of individual households. Among the immigrant high caste peasants, that is, embourgeoisment or enrichment. Method is basically a review paper which is in the process. I have basically reviewed economic history, ethnography produced by anthropologists, political economy, and indigenous cultural history. The paper is based on the work of Mahesh Chandra Reddy, who is a Nepali scholar, who was a recipient of Magsaysay Award in mid-70s. Lionel Copeland is a British anthropologist who did his anthropological field in eastern part of Nepal, where there is Limbu peasantry. Ved Prasad Upreti, one of the first Nepali who earned his PhD in anthropology in mid-70s from University of Madison. He worked in Teruthum district, where I come from. He is distantly related to me also. Professor Chaitanya Mishra, he is arguably the best sociologist of Nepal, the doyen sociologist. And Iman Singh Chenjong, he is a cultural historian of the Limbu society. And the perspective I have used is the analytical framework of David Harvey, following the classic tradition of Karl Marx. Indeed, the materials are already there. I have tried to explain these materials in a Marxian tradition. So it's a review article. But before I actually go into my paper, I need to explain some of the concepts of analytical categories. These include agrarian policies. Agrarian policies are basically related to the ownership of land, ownership and use of land. Broadly, they are in the land tenure policies. Predatory state. First time, political sociologist Barrington Moore used the term predatory to distinguish rational authority in terms of the misery they caused. It was in 66, 72 and 70. He was the first one to use the word predatory state. He explains predatory state in this way. A truly predatory state is one that renders very few public services to the population, and extracts for its own purposes big enough surplus to create poverty on the mass scale that would not exist if the subordinate population were left to their own devices. Predatory state also applies ruthless coercion and repression to gain and maintain the mixture of fear and a reward for retaining loyalty of the immediate followers and supporters. Often uses brutality and exclusion as a means against opponents and competitors. Transgresses customary institutions. I am basically working on customary institutions, how customary institutions were transgressed, how customary institutions were eliminated, and resulting in the degradation of the economy. That was the view of the book, The Predatory State, published in 2008. The predatory state is a system where entire sectors have been built up to feast upon public systems originally built for public purposes. So the public services, public systems built for public purposes have been basically eaten up. They are actually swallowed. They are actually eliminated. And two more concepts. Primitive accumulation is a concept frequently used by Marx. He basically explains it that it is from the means of production. So those who produce are divorced from the means of production. But in the contemporary Marxian tradition of analysis, of course the term is still valid, but it has been substituted by another terminology called accumulation by disposition. This is a term by David Harvey. He explains it. He reviews and agrees to a wide range of processes described by Marx and articulates all the features of primitive accumulation that Marx mentions remain powerfully present within capitalism's historical. He has also discussed the displacement of peasant population and formation of proletariat in Mexico due to the privatization of ejidos land. Ejidos were the lands which were communally held, and with the introduction of neoliberal policies in Mexico, all the communal land ownership was actually eliminated, and all the lands were privatized, and conflict began in Mexico. He explains in that also, in that way. So the focus is more on the privatization and commodification of land as significant feature of the accumulation by disposition, because community no longer has the ownership of the communal resource. All land is privatized. This is how he explains this needs to be addressed. Now the context of the paper. Actually, we Nepali compatriots know the history of our country, but our colleagues from China, they might also know it, but just to contextualize the paper and to present some anthropological and historical facts from the eastern part of Nepal, some understanding is needed. So basically, geographic divisions. So Nepal is basically divided into three ecological belts: Tarai up to 1,000 feet from the sea level, hills up to 6,000 feet, and above 6,000 feet you have the mountains. The political divisions in the mid 18th century. Nepal was divided into a number of principalities. West of Kathmandu to Mahakali River were at least 46 principalities. 46 west of Kathmandu to Mahakali River. Of these, 24 were in the Gandaki region. We have a region called Gandaki. There are 24 called Chaubisi, and 22 in the Karnali region. And you know, within the Kathmandu Valley, we have 3 independent political units. The place where we are having this symposium, this was one kingdom. Next city was another kingdom, and next city was another kingdom. So 3 in the Kathmandu Valley. South of Kathmandu Valley, the kingdom of Makbanpur, we had another kingdom. In the east, we even have kingdom of Chaudandi. Then in the far east, we have the kingdom of Vijaipur. Covered Sankha, including Tarai districts such as Morang, Sunsari and Champa. And because this was the land of the Limbus, it used to be called Limbuan. The kingdom of Gorkha in process of political expansion and or unification. Kingdom of Gorkha, which is west of Kathmandu Valley, was by no means a wealthy or a populous state in the 18th century. Prithvi Narayan Shah, the king of that particular district, Hill district, he is the founder of modern Nepal. So he actually began in 1762 and Kirtipur in 16. This is 1767. I made a mistake here. And in 1768, the kingdom of Kathmandu was conquered. This kingdom was conquered, and the next other 2 cities, Patan and Bhadram, which is Bhaktapur, were conquered in less than a year in 1769. Expansion of Gorkhali state continued up to the Tista River bordering Sikkim during the lifetime of the founder of modern Nepal, who died in 1775. Annexation of the principalities in the west, which was 46, was continued by successor by 1789. All 46 principalities were annexed to the central authority of Kathmandu, and by 1808, the frontiers of Nepal were up to the Satluj River in the west, that is in India. The annexation of the kingdom of Vijaipur, which is Limbuan, about which I am going to talk, it was annexed in 1774. And just to have a brief understanding on the land tenure system of taxonomy in the Nepalese context, land belongs to the estate landlordism. You can use the land, cultivate the land, but pay tax to the estate, pay rent to the estate, because land belongs to the estate landlordism. The second category, Guti, is a trust land. It belongs to the trust, and you can cultivate the land as a tenant, but you have to pay the rent to the philanthropic or religious or any educational institutions. These could be given by state or individuals. Then Birta, Birta was a tax-free land. You don't have to pay tax. You belong to a particular royalty or a clan. You are a loyalist, you are a priest, top military official. All these people were given Birta. Then we had a Jati, because there was not enough cash in the estate coffers. There is a system of giving land instead of salaries. So you used to get land. Tenure system was Sera. The royal families needed food, grains and many other requirements that could be produced from that particular land. It used to be called Sera. Then finally we have Kipat, on which I am going to talk. Land ownership on communal and customary basis among specific indigenous groups such as the Limbu. There are a number of other groups also. I am not talking about them. I am focusing on Limbu. So it's a communally on, it's a customary practice, very much prevalent among the Limbus, and also rise in the eastern part of Nepal, but I am talking only about Limbu. Economic motive behind the political expansion unification. The energies of the government were concentrated primarily in the collection of revenues to finance its military and administrative expenditure. Concern for the well-being of the people seldom found a reflection through the disbursement of public funds. Now, what is the land tenure system Kipat? I want to explain in brief. What is Kipat? Kipat was a form of communal land ownership under which each person has a right to exclusive use of a particular piece of land, but where his rights to dispose the land are restricted on the theory that land belongs to the chief or to the tribe. So land belongs to the tribe, land belongs to the group. You can use it. You have the issue fructuary right, but you cannot sell it to the outsiders. So the basic characteristics on that broader definition include membership in a particular ethnic group, say Limbu, non-alienability of land to members of the group, you cannot sell it, geographical locations such as Palluk, say far, it's the place of Kirat people, which is called far eastern part of Nepal. So the Limbuan, of course you can say Limbuan geographical location, some specific locations used to have such customary practices. Customary rights for occupation, apportionment, that is the division, allocation of both cultivated and waste and forested lands to each member of the concerned community at a particular time. Reversionary nature of right. That means if the land falls vacant, it goes back to the community. That's called reversionary right. So reversionary nature of the rights, it goes back to the community if you do not use the land. Inheritability and subdivisibility within the family. You can inherit the land you cultivate. Your children can inherit the land you cultivate, and this can be subdivided among households of a particular lineage or clan group. Taxes are collected from each member of the Limbu community who own a homestead. Look, this is the interesting issue. Taxes were imposed on homestead land only, regardless of the land holdings you have cultivated. You may have 100 hectares of land cultivated for paddy production, but you don't have to pay for that. You just have to pay the homestead tax. That was the system. So in modern economics, you can say that the entire taxation system was regressive, because the burden of the tax was higher among the poorer people than the richer. Under the Kippa tenure, Subba were the functionaries under tax collecting machinery. That is, the traditional headmen of the Limbu were given the right to actually collect the taxes. So this was a new title given by the new administration when it was actually annexed to the central authority of Kathmandu. Agrarian policies, what are the policies indeed that really accumulated at the level of the state, accumulated at the level of individual, but disposes the majority of the Limbus? What are the historical facts telling? So first, at the level of the state, internal autonomy was granted. One internal autonomy was granted upon the acceptance of suzerainty in 1770. It was really hard to subdue the Limbu community. It was not easily won, but finally a conciliatory policy was adopted by the central authority. And look at the royal order given by the founder of modern Nepal. The royal order issued in 1774 speaks, although we have conquered your country by dint of our valor, we have afforded you and your kinsmen protection. We hereby pardon all of your crimes and confirm all the customs and traditions, rights and privileges of your country. So whatever customs are there, whatever privileges are there, we have recognized. You continue enjoying them, but you have to support the central authority. You are under me. That was the essence of that particular message. But there are always ambivalence in the government policy. On the one hand, government needed a lot of financial resources and land to issue as jagi, to issue as birta to the military personnel or to the loyalists of the regime on the one hand. On the other hand, large part of the Kipot land was controlled communally by the Limbu people. So how to actually extract the resources, how to take the land from the Limbu community? It was a policy. On the one hand, they had to be conciliatory, on the other hand, they had to be extractive. So always in the policy you can see the ambivalence. You can see in the later quotation. You know how conciliatory the king was. Enjoy your land from generation to generation. This is how the founder of modern Nepal speaks. As long as it remains in existence. In case we confiscate your land, see, in case we confiscate your land, may our ancestral gods destroy our kingdom. So you enjoy. whatever you have, traditional. But the government gradually started encouraging other people belonging to caste groups or other ethnic groups living in other parts of the country to go to that particular area and start cultivating land. Government adopted a policy. It was basically in the early 19th century. With respect to the unification of the country and incipient penetration of mercantile capitalism, Professor Chaitanya Mishra makes such a statement on what was the impact of unification process. Pardon, how much time do I have? Consequence of the unification was to speed up the process of disintegration of the communal political economic formation, particularly in the central and eastern hills, and enhancement of a tributary mode, rent-seeking mode. Under the pre-existing communal mode, land could not be sold, bought, mortgaged, kept idle or subtenanted. It was a community property. The much repeated self-sufficiency of the hills was essentially anchored in this supremacy of the community over households. This strength manifested itself in the extent of village-level self-help groups, the usurpation of the state of the right to productive assets from the community, apart from weakening the communities mentioned above, also led to the creation of rich and poor households. So that was the consequence according to his analysis. Gradually, when they started encouraging immigration in the eastern part of Nepal, this is the order from the government. Cultivated areas and settlements on the keeper lands are your own. We are given authority to our officials to promote settlement and waste and uncultivated lands there. In case you obstruct it to make your country populous, you shall be severely punished. You know, in the first statement, the king said, enjoy all the privileges, enjoy all the customary rights. In the subsequent statement by the same regime in early 19th century, this is the statement. In case you obstruct the efforts of settling our other subjects in the area, you shall be severely punished. That was the statement. But there are protests by the Limbus against the encroachment of the customary rights also. And then people started going there from different communities. But they were resisted by the Limbu community. Then see the second order in the early 19th century. We have received reports that you refuse to let CASS, Magar, Brahman and other people from the hill regions settle on your lands. We have sent them to reclaim lands which can be converted into paddy fields. In case any keeper owner whose holdings contain irrigable lands which can be reclaimed as paddy fields does not let hill people settle there, he shall be awarded severe punishment. So, cultivated land is yours, but any wasteland, any forested land is the land of the state. There, our subjects will reclaim and they cultivate. If you obstruct, you will be severely punished. That was the statement. So this continued. I told you at the beginning that it's a double east policy. The anthropologist Lionel Copeland also says double east policy, ambivalent policy, which I have already said. Just to share you the information, he studied in Ilam districts in a settlement called Indrayani. He gives the data, you know. First of all, he talks about the district. Only 39.7% of the irrigated land, that is Khet, are under keeper tenures. You know how keeper land was gradually reduced. Only 39.7% of irrigated lands are under keeper tenure, which was all keeper at the beginning, with the remaining 60.3% under Raikar tenure. So from the Raikar, the tax goes to the state. Okay. So this was how it was gradually reduced. And there was a post called Suppa given to the traditional headman of the Limbu, who used to take care of the collection of the taxes, and also he used to mete out local level justices to the community, basically of the civil nature. But to be Suppa also, you have to pay rupees 52 in early 19th century. The rupees 52 was a big amount at that time. If you want to be a Suppa, a local tax collection officer, you need to take this much amount of money, and at the same time surrender some of your keeper land to the state so that it can convert into state-owned land. So that also gradually reduced the Kipot system. So, but every time what you say see is that gradually it was reduced. So there is a statement. Generally speaking, Kipot was nibbled at, not swallowed whole. It was not completely abolished. It took a long time. Of course, because Kipot could not be sold at the beginning, but there are different provisions of the government through which land could be sold. At one point of time, say in 1901 and 1903, there were a number of provisions issued by the government banning the sale again, because there was a protest of the gradual reduction of the Kipot system. So there came a system called a mortgage system. So the Limbu people used to mortgage the land, get credit from the creditors, and then pending repayment, the creditor could cultivate the land for some time until he pays the loan. So this system continued. You have possessory land mortgage. Land is mortgage, somebody else is actually cultivating, you are given some amount of money. Until and unless you don't pay, you will not get back the land. So gradually in this way also, land was reduced. So much remains to be done. In 1968, the Kipot land was officially abolished with the revision of the Lands Act. So what was the impact? General impact at the household level. Subdivision and fragmentation of the holdings, and a lot of people started emigrating to India, Sikkim and Bhutan. Imanson Chenjung reports that about 32,000 people after 1775 immigrated to Bhutan, Sikkim and Assam, and in 3 groups. So there was immigration, there was migration, because gradually there was a reduction of the Kipot land. In the research area of the anthropologists, 68.2% land was under mortgage. That means Limbu people had very little land to cultivate. So these people also started going to other parts of India. And gradually what happened that those people who were marginalized started joining the Gorkha recruitment. Many of the impoverished Limbus started joining the Gorkha recruitment. With the money they earned in the Gorkha recruitment, they started getting back their land because they paid the immigrant population, basically the Brahmin and Kshatriya. So that was also there. There is a large scale indebtedness. There is tributary mode of production is the land seeking state. So, because I have very little time, so impoverishment, land shortage, migration, all these things were there. And this is also supported by the study of Pasaru Preti. He had studied these Limbu people with respect to the interaction of the Brahmin people also. So the loan system, which used to charge interest as high as 75%, also impoverished these local people. So there are a lot of examples, ethnographic examples from different parts of the country that there was a disposition of the latter. So finally, my final deduction. The Gorkha state had inherently the predatory nature because the primary goal behind this expansion or political unification in the historical context in Limbuan was the accumulation of the resources. That was the first one. The origin of the tributary mode of production was the consequence of the destruction of communal mode of production. The disposition of the generality of indigenous Limbu peasantry was closely associated with the enjoyment of select immigrant high caste groups through exploitation, largely facilitated by agrarian policies of the predatory state, possessory land mortgage and treachery, resorting to joining the British Indian Gorkha military service in the past and even today. Immigration to India for livelihood was the direct consequence of the disintegration of communal mode of production, indebtedness and landlessness. The post-1968 governmental initiative for making the inalienable land alienable as a commodity was the causal factor of the intensified alienation of the Limbus land triggered by the bourgeoisie indebtedness and the creditors under land pledging system in the past. So, finally, what I would like to say, it was a communal mode of production, and finally, land became a commodity. Okay, so I finish. It became a commodity. It was completely privatized. So, with a Marxian perspective, I'm not alleging anyone. I'm not saying anything against anyone or state policy, but review the data reveal that the gradual disposition on the one hand, the gradual accumulation on the other end, which resulted in the commodification of the land. You know, in the analysis of these anthropologists, they have found that after 1968, almost half of the people in the Limbu community sold their land to repay the debts of the high caste people. So this process was there. So I am just reviewing the paper in the process. Thank you. Of course, I could not say everything because there are a lot of things which I could not say due to time limitation. Thank you once.
Academic style and so many details, but it's time limited. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Now, may I invite Professor Xing Guangcheng, the Director of the Institute of Boundary Studies, Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Professor Xing is also the academicians we call 学部委员 academicians of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Welcome, Professor Xing.
感谢会议主办方来邀请我参加这个会议，也感谢王一农所长。我向大家讲的题目呢，就是"一带一路"倡议与南亚区域经济合作，主要讲这个经济合作。
Hello everyone.
我讲两个问题，一个它的意义。"一带一路"倡议呢，与南亚关系非常密切。中国提的"一带一路"倡议呢，是具有全球性质的一个方案，所以呢，和南亚呢也有密切关系。
I want to say the relationship between China and South Asia, because the One Belt One Road is a global situation, but it's very relative to the Asia of South.
其中有两条和南亚关系非常密切，这两条走廊，一个是呢中国、印度、孟加拉、缅甸南亚经济合作走廊，另外一个就是中国、巴基斯坦经济走廊。
Economic channel, but two of them are very relative to North Asia.
进展非常顺利，已经取得了非常大的阶段性的成果。21世纪还因为其中有一条路呢，海上这个线路呢，就是要通过南亚地区向印度洋、非洲和欧洲发展进展。中国与缅甸、孟加拉、斯里兰卡、巴基斯坦等国家有非常密切的合作，尤其是在港口方面建了许多基础设施。
Maritime snake roads through South Asia, and China cooperates with Nepal, Bangladesh, and India, and Sri Lanka and Pakistan to build the port and the foundation construction.
在基础设施方面呢，进行交流合作。尽管印度方面呢有很多疑虑，但是我相信呢，未来呢，中国和印度会有很多基础设施方面的这种合作。
Communicate with India, but maybe India have some worry about some issue. But I think in the future, two countries will have a very bright future.
这方面呢，中国应该和南亚在贸易投资便利化方面进行密切的合作。
North Asia will do some work on the convenience of the construction.
在"一带一路"这个方案呢非常重要的一个方面，也是中国与南亚进行合作的非常重要的合作领域。
The investment and the construction on our project.
第三个方面呢，就是中国与南亚在区域经济合作方面呢，加深合作，有助于维护南亚地区 区的和平稳定和发展。在我们看来呢，南亚地区呢，也存在着很多问题，包括在这个区域性的冲突，稳定方面都需要很多方面都需要加强，尤其是在发展方面呢，也需要加强。所以，中国“一带一路”这个倡议呢，和南亚地区的合作呢，有助于这个南亚地区的和平稳定和发展。
The cooperation of China and South Asia also benefits to keep South Asia peace and stable development.
中国与尼泊尔合作的一些相关的看法，因为我们今天开会呢是在尼泊尔，尼泊尔呢是中国重要的邻居，也是在南亚呢起到非常重要的作用，所以中尼应该加快落实中国和尼泊尔政府关于在“一带一路”倡议下开展合作的谅解备忘录，加强在口岸、公路、铁路、航空、通讯等方面互联互通，打造跨喜马拉雅立体互联互通的网络。
As a friendly neighbor and its very important role in the North Asia, China and Nepal should participate in memorandum of understanding under the One Belt One Road initiative and enhance port, highway, railway, airline, communication construction, built a 3D Himalayan connectivity network. And China
在基础设施和产能领域的合作投资方面实施便利化，中国企业也应该进一步对尼泊尔进行投资，尼泊尔方面也应该根据相应的法律法规简化，并加快在土地、税收和签证等多个方面审批程序，为中国企业创造良好的投资环境和经营环境。
in foundation construction and capacity area, China's enterprise will make more move in investment. Nepal government needs to supervise the examination and approval of tax, land, visa, and other issues.
口岸运行水平，这是两国实施经济互动的重要环节。虽然樟木口岸受到敌人的影响，但是我想两国应该在这方面呢加强合作，尽快的使这个樟木口岸呢恢复真前的一个水平。另外也确保相关的公路的修复，还有呢这个有些公路段的这种升级。所以我觉得中国和尼泊尔在口岸方面建设的基础设施方面还有很多事情要做。
And China and Jammu border, and we have a lot of things to do together.
也是中国尼泊尔经济合作的重要方面，也是两国经济发展的客观要求。中国国内的铁路已经修到了日喀则，这个铁路继续向南延伸，成为跨境铁路的基础条件和经济条件都已经具备了。中国尼泊尔应该着力就落实所签署的铁路合作备忘录，应该重点落实这个备忘录，因为光是有备忘录还不行，我觉得应该还往前推进，因为这是中国尼泊尔进行经济合作最主要的倡议。如果中国尼泊尔两国跨境铁路这个能够实施，也就是为两国跨境互联互通开辟了新市场。中尼需要充分发挥两国铁路部门之间的长期沟通机制作用，进一步加强铁路合作领域的这种深度和宽度。
Railway is very important to make the convenience and the connectivity of both economic communication. So I think we should make more deals and make the deal come true. It's a very potential railway for our both countries.
直航航线，加强公路、水电、输电线路等合作项目的合作，这些个领域的合作呢，我觉得对两国区域经济的合作呢，都会起到非常重要的助推作用。
And we also need the transaction and the railway transaction and the highway transaction and another airline communications.
经贸、投资产能、 灾后重建方面的领域的互利合作。如果条件可以的话呢，还可以共同推进跨地经济合作区的建设。这是一个非常有前途的一种两国合作的这种方式。
Our capacity and the reconstruction after the earthquake, and maybe we can build a cross-border economic zone to make a bright future.
中国边境的边疆问题，这个重要的研究方向之外呢，我们也着力研究中国的边疆和周边国际环境的合作问题，尤其是和周边国家的区域经济合作。
And now we are focused on the border economic communication with neighbor country.
研究所在研究中国边疆与周边国际环境方面的合作方面呢，我们进展不是很快，和周边国家的学术联系也不是很多，所以呢，我们应该向这个完人所长学习，将来更加这个积极的推动中国边疆所与周边这些国家支付方面的合作。
It's relatively things, and I think next move we can do a lot of study like the China Academy of Social Science. Their work is remarkable, and we want like them to do a lot of contribution on this area. And sincerely welcome the Nipur people and the expert and scholars here to our institution in China.
谢谢。
Thank you all.
Give a lot of time for us for the discussion and comments. And Professor Xian mentioned the cooperation between China and Nepal, especially with the initiative, One Belt One Road initiative, and his ideas on the many fields, especially infrastructure, in the humanity, in academic issues. So the three keynote speakers this morning, I do think their presentation is very strong and very highlights. So may I ask or invite all the scholars or participants can deliver your questions or comments for these three reachable presentations. If the scholars or participants have the questions, you can also raise your question to the keynote speakers.
Thank you very much. My query is a very question to the Nepalese professor Lay Prasad Upreti. Sir, regarding your presentation, I learned many things, but I have many confusion with your presentation. First of all, you mentioned about only material recognition and imagine Jamjong's findings, but you haven't mentioned anything about yourself. And the Kipat line was granted by Sen King dynasties for the soldiership of the Limbu people. I repeat again, what Muslim emperors in India did, what Prithviraj Shah did, what Baise Chauvishe kings did, similarly, the king of Bijaypur, later the king of Chodandi, they provided Kipat line as a salary for the Limbu people mining first. The second thing is administrative evolutionary system. It doesn't remain long, thousands of years, the same system. It happened to other people also, to the Brahmins, to the Kshatris, to the Devas. Also mining, the Maitreya Railway, his character, his findings, he was manipulated by the Western money. He worked for the Westerners, not for the Nepal. In general, I'm speaking. I did my PhD in military history. I have 4 masters. I've written 78 books. I traveled almost 4 parts of Nepal. This is my background. So, sir, what do you mean by this? Your findings. What the government did for the Limbu people? Also, sir, I would like to remind you, during your decade time, 1775, and then after 10 years, we had the Polo clan was governed by the Sikkimi king, governed by the Sikkimi militaries. Gorkha army fought against the Sikkimis, not the Limbu people. That time, that is war time. So that Limbus were migrated to the Sikkim. Not because of the Tibet line. After 10 years again, Tibetans supported armies, Sikkimis supported army. They again attacked against Gorkhas in Thaipur. We had big war, ever 1500 Sikkim they cleared there. So many Limbus deserted into Sikkim and Bhutan. You try to find out this history fast. So, we should be balanced on the finding where the scholars, who are not the politician, also the Limbus were not indigenous at the time. Not indigenous at the time. You anthropologists so-called, you name as indigenous this time. So that, and this army general, maybe I rose my voice loudly. Sorry for this, I hope you answer my questions.
Further questions? The first thing is that it is a paper in evolution, it's unfolding. So in the due process, other literature would also be consulted. However, with due respect to Dr. Basnet, I would say that many of the historical, economic, and anthropological informations that I have consulted help me to form an idea of analysis with respect to accumulation by disposition. I have also known that there was conflict between Sikkim and the central authority of Kathmandu. It was right after Limbuana's annex. There was a war. The Sikkimi generals came up to Chainpur in one of the district headquarters of Eastern Nepal called Symposium. And they actually went back in 1776. But I should also actually say at this stage that some of the sources quoted by Imam Chenzo have been referred by me. So there was war with the Sikkimites, but there was also the interpretation that many of the Limbus living there sided with the Sikkimites. It was reported to the central authority. So some sort of action was taken. There was a sense of fear. So some of the Limbus, he quotes the figure 32,000. They fled the country. It has been mentioned in my paper. But however, historical facts are always conflicting. We cannot say with certainty. We can refer to that and go into digging other sources also. With respect to this administrative evolution, I agree. I am not saying that it was. I am not glorifying the communal mode of production. I know as an anthropologist, it's all evolutionary process. Things change over time. Mode of productions also change over time. What I am emphasizing in the paper is that after the unification of Nepal, the mercantile capitalism was introduced, demolishing the communal mode of production, disintegrating the communal mode of production, and introducing the tributary mode of production. You should also understand in that context. I am not glorifying one particular type of system against the other. Neither I glorify the contemporary political system also. We can have our own perspective. I often hear by the critics that he is manipulated. I don't deny until I find the evidence. Whether or not Maestro Remy was manipulated or not, one should go on looking for the evidences. Simply on rumors, unfounded allegations, we cannot say anything. Look, I have been studying Maheshwar Rengmi since the early 80s. With whom I was introduced by Professor Chaitanya Mishra, who have been studying it. He may have limitations, you may disagree with what he has said, but until today, I have not found anyone in Nepal with an undergraduate background having international recognition as that of Maheshwar Rengmi. Because you can demonstrate your academic and professional capability only through writing, only through pursuing the intelligentsia. He is one of the most quoted intellectuals of this country. But he is not free from lacunae. He is not free from lacunae. Look at all his texts. It is all archivally proved. He has all the evidences. He has not said anything against anyone, but what archival documents have said, he has analyzed on that. So you also take care of that. That is my perspective. So with due respect to my commentator, this is my perspective, my findings. It's a paper, review paper. I have used, they have never said accumulation by disposition. Neither Chaitanya Mishra has said, nor Maheshwar Rengmi has said, nor Imam Singh Chemchong has said.
What is your finding, sir? What is your finding?
My finding,
Yes.
in the process, in the process of evolution, the Limbu people, please listen to me. In the process of evolution of the contemporary society, the Limbu people were increasingly dispossessed, but the state generated substantial revenues to finance its military and administrative expenditure. And at the same time, the high caste immigrant group, of course I also come from the same area, these were enriched at the cost of the Limbu's dispossession of particularly on land. You should also regard it. People did not actually join the British soldiers, only for the sake of money. They lost their property. They lost them and they started joining it. That is another perspective.
This is wrong, sir. Again, you are provocating.
No.
This opportunity.
No.
This opportunity.
This is an opportunity, but
opportunity.
look at the data. I am speaking on the data. Look at the anthropological data. No, you cannot speak against the data.
This is a valid
No, that's not the way to argue. That's not the way.
Presentation.
This is my perspective. Okay. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Of course, you can disagree all the time.
Yes. Now, Namaste everyone. I am Dr. Thakur Monsres. I am biology college here. This is my opportunity to be here. With no more reference, I am going to put my inquiries with the questions. Time is our property. One research, one paper, may not be enough to dig out the solutions. Nevertheless, it's my sincere gratitude and thanks for the presenter who I have highlighted as per their experience. Meanwhile, I am focused on my queries, the first queries, we are here as per the anthropology. There is a revolutionary and evolution process everywhere. No doubt it applies in the anthropology. My concerns, sir, the confidence without clarity always disaster. I repeat again. The confidence without clarity always disaster. The retired General Dr. Basanta has put his queries. The follow queries for me. What is the true outcomes of the presentation in present and future arena of the anthropology based on the rule of law? Thank you.
CASS, the third international symposium on Himalayan studies. I am represent from Holy Land, birthplace of Lord Buddha, Lumbini, and I am being a student of social science and Buddhism. My inquiry is that Belt and Road Initiative and South Asia Cooperation, presented by Professor Singh Wanjan. We are talking initiative and South Asia Cooperation, Belt and Road. My vision is it suitable or not? My vision is that Buddhism represents shared culture of Nepal and Tibet, the autonomous province of China, for hundreds of years. Therefore, Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, should be connected with Tibet through one belt, one road, Belt and Road Initiative, Global Development Strategy, adopted by Chinese government, 152 countries, whether it be through railway or road. My first vision is, and another vision is, in the context of Nepal, the dream concept of the President of China, Nepal, will achieve economic, social and cultural development. And third one is, we must be focused on the improvements of Corolla, with the Muslim, Corolla border and Keru. These two borders is necessary for development the nation, the rapidly development for our Nepal, and as well as other roads to materialize. This one belt, one road, a dream project. Corolla, Keru. Thank you. And this goes.
Thank you for your comments and questions. Professor Wu Xi she mentioned to the One Belt One Road initiative. Also, Professor Xing Guangcheng can respond a little bit if he wants. 就刚才关于那个宗教方面的情况，给他做回应吗？
刚才我的演讲题目就是这个宗教在这个“一带一路”这当中的一些作用。我那个题目里面3部分，一个就是宗教藏传佛教在这个中米交往中的一些作用。第二个呢，就是这个交往是互相的，就是说，达玛三巴拉格日波济从尼泊尔把这个宗教传到西藏，建立了西藏的第一个这个寺院三叶寺，从此西藏就有了佛法僧三宝俱全的这个真正意义上的佛教。但是佛教在藏地的这形成藏传佛教的，它也是一个中国化的过程。
王先生，您这个稍微停一下，让翻译才能让翻译好，谢谢。
这个中米交流当中，它起了很重要的作用，文化的这个桥梁的作用。
So the first point is in his report, the road process.
藏传佛教的形成。
One most important aspect of Buddhism is like Buddhism went to Tibet through Padmasambhava, Guru Rinpoche. It was sent to China through Nepal.
赤宗公路进藏的时候，也带去了很多佛教的经典，为西藏这个在藏传佛教的形成起了很重要的作用。
There are lots of documents in 西藏公主。
同时呢，这个西藏的佛教又返回来为这个尼泊尔的这个佛教的发展反而做出了贡献。这里面我也举了好几个这个例子，他们也能听出来。
And also in his example, in his presentation, he gave many examples how the Tibetan Buddhism in return has contributed to the development of Nepal.
如果佛教的寺庙和纯经的这个学习点将近有1000多座。
So, according in Kathmandu Valley,
比如说这个
Tibetan
博达塔这个地方实际上也是连接这个博达塔，就是这个大佛塔也是连接西藏和尼泊尔，就中印两国文化交流很重要的一个见证。以前博达塔的管理者是藏政府，西藏地方政府在管理这个大佛塔，那后来就把这个移交给这个，现在他们这还有一个叫亚拉玛，实际上就讲的是汉地的人在这儿受西藏地方政府的委托，在管理这座寺院。现在这个亚拉玛现在是他们打磨。
For example, the golden nut is the key evidence to witness how the Buddhism, how this religion has played a key role in this development, in this process. It was managed by Tibetan community. And another one is 还有一个是
加了嘛，加了。今年是加了。
今年了。
啊，今年了。This Myanmar sector. Myanmar sector 今年了。
So these are all evidence of how the two countries have cooperated.
所以说呢，现在这个“一带一路”当中，就藏传佛教为两国文化的交流会起到很重要的桥梁作用。
So this all evidence how this Tibetan Buddhism has served as a bridge that bridging the two parties.
这是我给他讲的。
That's all.
谢谢，Thank you so much for Mr. Hongbo.
And which will be presented this presentation this afternoon. Professor Xin can respond a little bit on the questions.
好，谢谢。我回应一下。
the culture exchange program, because this is not enough for us for the many years of both sides.
您提的问题很好，文化我们应该加强合作。因为我们提“一带一路”倡议，其中有五通，五通呢最后一通呢就是民心相通，民心相通呢需要在文化方面进行沟通。
Just you mentioned that good question you give us, and because just we talk about the OBOR is also the way for us for the mutual transaction including the 5 parts. Last one, the number 5 is heart to heart of the peoples. So this is based on cultural exchange.
我觉得文化相通、民心相通是最难的。文化相通呢，就文化交流呢，也需要很多条件。比如说，我们应该在语言方面，在宗教方面，在这个支付方面，也包括在这个各个民族之间，比如说中国和尼泊尔之间的这个民族文化、民族传统文化方面的一些深度交流，我觉得都非常重要。所以我深感到文化交流需要有共同的语言。比如说，我今天我只能用中文讲，那么我在俄罗斯呢，我也可以讲俄文，和他们也就交流。那么在这个场合就不行。我刚才刚从俄罗斯回来，所以我觉得这个文化交流，尤其是语言的沟通，非常重要。
Most the difficult is cultural communication and the heart-to-heart communication. Also, it has a very colorful content, including the language, religion, intelligence, and even the people's minority ethnic groups, the heritage of the customer and the culture. So it needs a long time. So very complex. But it's need most of us to do what we can do. For example, today I speak in Chinese. Because what? Because I'm a Russia expert. So I just came from the Russia. So if I speak Russian, it's okay. But also just mention that I'm short of knowledge about English. So if I know that language is very key important for us, is for the cultural exchange. So thanks. If possible, he will give an introduction.
另外呢，我们中国也非常重视在“一带一路”这个框架内的文化、文明、不同文明之间的这种交流。所以我们今年呢，前不久呢，我也参加了在北京搞了一个亚洲文明论坛。这个论坛非常重要，我也参加了几个论坛的讨论。这就说明中国为什么要搞这样一个亚洲文明论坛？这就说明我们首先亚洲。各个国家应该在文明交流方面进行相互的界定。
Okay, our China side is the OBOR in the structure. We give key attention on the civilization exchange, especially not long ago. Mr. Singh attended the Asia Civilization Forum, and he attended several times for the workshop. So more we give want to strengthen the culture and the civilization, more the communication has a more key importance for both of us. I want to give attention to that.
最后呢，我还想说呢，因为尼泊尔是中国的邻国，我们邻国之间应该在文化方面更应该加强深度的合作，尤其是尼泊尔，因为我们是邻国，还有很多事情需要做。另外呢，我也有个建议呢，我们在两国在合作的时候呢，不要仅局限于我们的这个尼泊尔和西藏，因为离得我们西藏西藏自治区呢离得比较近，同时呢，我们还有很多其他的这个省区都需要合作，比如尼泊尔也可以到这个新疆维吾尔自治区去看一看，广西壮族自治区也可以和中国的内地进行交流，中华民族这样一个共同体。所以从这个角度来看呢，我觉得中国和尼泊尔在文化交流方面，不仅是这个宗教方面，我们在出版方面，在旅游方面，我们在这个还有这个相互之间的直播的交流方面，我想呢，我们做的现在还是远远不够，还需要加强。
Nepal is the border of China, so cultural exchange now with the time passing is more important. So Professor do a suggestion that the cooperation, as you know, Tibet is the border between the Nepali and the border to Nepal. So the cooperation should not do the limitation between the Tibet and Nepal. Also, China is a big country, not only including the Tibet autonomous region, but also have some land like the Xinjiang, Guangxi, and also the inland of China. So huge land that we need to enlarge the eyesight. Another that China we have 56 ethnic groups. So we not only have Tibet people, we also have other and other nationalities people. So this also in addition, we do that the culture we also can do the explanation for the publishing, for the TV, for the tourism, for the religion, even for the language. So just as that mentioned that more important. Thank you.
时间关系呢，我再说两句呢，关于口岸方面的合作。口岸方面，我觉得中国和尼泊尔在口岸方面还有很多事情要做。我刚才重复的不说了，我参观过这个我们这个普兰口岸。普兰口岸呢是我们中国和尼泊尔合作的一个主要的口岸。这个口岸我觉得有很多基础设施需要提升。所以我觉得是不是能够两国共同修建普兰口岸的皮尔瓦这个结合的这个大桥，这个桥我觉得还是挺重要的。那么在这方面呢，我觉得两国应该下一些功夫。口岸呢是两国能量对接的非常重要的方面，这方面呢我们要合作好了，会对我们两国经济合作带来很多益处。谢谢。
In addition, I want to give more words for that. The port construction also very important. You know that Poland port now he visited before, so he strengthened the cooperation on the port construction for both sides, very necessary. Another is just the bridge. Maybe the bridge is a Russia bridge, also something else. I'm not sure about that. The bridge for Nepali side also needed to strengthen, needed to faster, speed up. So cooperation is based on the change, the transportation greatly improved. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xin, and all the three keynote speakers, and all the questions and comments from the participants. This is the time we should close now because it's time for lunch. The lunch place is in the same hill, and Professor Mr. Chao.
So after the lunch session, we have second session of the International Symposium on Himalayan Regional Studies. There are 4 papers in this particular session. One by UC, who will be presenting on the communicative function and methods in Nepal's construction with the initiative One Belt, One Road. The next paper will be presented by Zhao Sao King on geopolitical civilization, strategic location and political process in Nepal. The third paper will be presented by Zhao on political strategies and its performance of dealing with complex diversity in the nation building process of India. And the fourth and the last paper of this particular session will be on BRI, HIT and Indo-Pacific Strategy, Cooperation and Contradiction. So with these four papers, the session will be finished. Now I would like to invite Wu Si to present his paper entitled The Communicative Function and Methods of Nepal's Construction with the Initiative on One Belt, One Road. You are given 15 minutes time, sir. Please, it's your time.
Please give me 7 minutes to speak in Chinese because most of them are my professors. Most of the professors are my teachers and my working colleagues. So I would like to express some words to them in Chinese. But later I want to use English to more to give a brief introduction everybody. 尊敬的王所长，尊敬的宾安，尊敬的各位尼泊尔朋友们，特别是我的中国同事们。 我们能够以这个机会能够来到尼泊尔，我觉得是一个非常重要的事情。因为在很多年前我就来到尼泊尔，大概已经快10年了。那么在10年中呢，我就遇了尼泊尔很多变化，所以也想借这个感受也想跟大家做交流。我想这次会呢，只是一个开始我相信专家们、老师们通过这样的这种会议呢，来增进我们的了解，来探索我们一种合作的路径或者交流的方式的改善。我相信，随着这样的方式越多，我们和尼泊尔之间呢这种话语的构建特别是我们想我们共同奋斗的方向，就会有很多越来越多的机会，越来越多的机会。Okay, now I would like to introduce the big times, and I do believe that the exchange program. By me and by my partner, by my working mates, we have done too much, and we also know that for Nepal, it's not easy for us to be here, especially as this new beginning, as so many Chinese scholars here, that we start the cooperation and the ways and the message for our exchange program, When I first came to Nepal as a police officer here, I took more program for the training course. And that time, my biggest confusion is about Nepali people talk more about the geography politics. And I really know that in China, Chinese people now feel confused because when it started at the year 2000. That time we start to know that, and I keep understanding more about the geography, politics related to the land power, sea power, water power, but for Nepali, directly related with the powerful Himalayan. So Himalayan power is also give much directions about so many confused, about so many diversity, so many confrontation, so many different diverse culture, languages, ethnic groups, so many. So that time we know that. What's the way for us to do the including for that? I think also we cannot avoid the geography economy. So geography economy may be the best way, even the good way to make us more in conceive the idea of working together and honest together. So based on my last year, I attended the meeting in Taiwan International Forum on the Committee of Shared Future of mankind in Beijing, and we do understand different culture, diversity culture, religions based on what? Based on we have a common community beliefs. Beliefs what? For the future. We need the common future for both of us. So that time, I do believe that what's the way? OBOR, one belt, one zone. OBOR, one belt, one zone. So OBOR zone gave me an understanding about that, especially Liberty. 10 years ago, I visited Liberty zone. The best route and the worst route, any kind of route I have traveled in Liberty, but I do believe that really we need the road. But the road, the best also hard road. The hard road. We do want that. The road, best one want to cross. The best route was Liberty and China should share. So the initiative of OBOR, One Belt One Zone, presented by the president, I do miss that, in 2013. I think that time, this is a world's common heart for Liberty people and the Chinese people. So even we can't avoid the fact that the great gap between both countries, big or small, and even rich and advanced or even under developing. So we look like we do wish that the opportunity and the challenge for both countries we need to face the confrontations. But what's the real risk? We do believe that transportation. Today we talk more, we discuss more, but one way is very essential, very basic. The basic is what? Transportation. So, in China, the relations began to start to understand about liberal since the 70, even more, real started some 70 years ago. By that time, we could have more understanding based on that is beginning start the road. I know the road. The first road between the China and the Nepal, first the road, just to Roswa, that's the crossing. That time, I start the road. So the road in China and the road for Nepal really based on the key point. The key point is Tibet. Tibet has a great change since the 70 years. So the 70 years we changed it now, but I think those also will bring the great chance and opportunity for the Nepal. From the Asian tea route to the Heaven Road, and from the Heaven Road to New Silk Road, and even more the convenience of transportation in Tibet, this will be the good geographic point for Nepal and the mainland and even more land from China to Nepal relations. So we know that since the purpose of our Belt and Road initiated by my President Xi Jinping in 2013, the great achievements has been made in economic, social development in China. And under the joint efforts of many parties, the Belt and Road initiative has transformed from vision to an action, has yielded fruitful results. The national action is closely related to the development of local economy and society. In 2015, the central government issued the volume and action and promotion, the start of a Silk and Road economy belt and the marine Silk Road in the 21st century. Even this has brought the Tibet into the overseeing layout of Belt and Road initiative and plays essential role in the connecting of mainland China and South Asia, and spanning up the opening to the outside world. So, the OBOR, so excellent starting point, I think, for both countries, Tibet. So Tibet, as a major point in the western inland frontier, is one of the geostrategic significance. It is a focus on the Belt and Road initiative and long-term stability and stable development in Tibet on transportation. In recent years, the progress of transportation industry has made rapid in Tibet, which actively integrated into the Belt and Road construction, constantly improving the level of infrastructure construction and the opening up. So, the key points, transportation. The transportation, 70 years we changed so greatly based on the ancient tea route to the Heaven Road, based on the what? The railway, as you know that. We have railway land. So this way, we do the transportation, as you mentioned that. We have the several groups from the inland of China direct to the Tibet. And even we have done the good base. The base will be the frontier and good base for the construction directed to the Nepal. We studied from the 5 years plan period. Tibet vigorously promoted the construction and comprehensive transportation transition. And with this, by the end of this 5-year project, we have changed so we about the highway, railway, even a lot, especially the way great on the railway. Great importance of science and technology from development transportation has been well done until now. So in Tibet, scientific research and development was steadily intensified. The research on key technology of highway renovation project was carried out. The railway internet ticket booking system was further improved. So now let's say 5G, the technologies will also be used for in today's Tibet transportation. Even now we had some problem. We have confronted some problem with some countries. So from the Heaven Road, we start the new Silk Road. It is as the bridgehead of the South Asia Avenue. So we do this, as I mentioned just at the point of 2015. The 6th Tibet Work and the Symposium of the Central Committee clearly positioned that Tibet as an important channel for China and to South Asia. Tibet has become strategic hub and open port to China and South Asia. Tibet, as the southwest frontier of China, has now become bridgehead that open to the South Asia. Accelerating the construction of South Asia corridor is not only the mission entrusted to Tibet by the Central Government Committee, but also the responsibility of Tibet to the children. I think that. So, the zone we changed the mind, has more change for that. You see, the genome port. And about 5 years ago, I visited the genome before the earthquake through Roswell. I visited there, I do believe that the big contraction for both sides. And I also the big opportunity for Roswell, from to genome, from Roswell to government, technology, and anything that. So, transportation has been fixed as the mayors to promote. And the new Silk Road as the key attention for China. So we do believe that the for Tibet's change by the transportation is really good opportunity for Nepali people and also for Chinese people to make it smooth and directed to the destination of both nations. You see the pictures. Railway station, Skytrain. So more here, the time is limited for me only the 50 minutes, not only the more than 5 minutes more. OBR enormous opportunity for people, I think. I think can improve the connectivity between the China by building up highway and railway between both of us. Anybody can seek a role in the Bangladesh, China, India, and Myanmar economic corridor. Can collect the government to come in even Kokla as the Qinghai Tibet Railway, already extended to the Xi'an Gate, and the greater Mekong Harbor region has been improved. Nepal also can again review itself as the entreport. And through the prospect of Nepal, India and China, three natural reasons all the countries and Bangladesh can invest in Nepal's hydropower and tourism sector. Energy efficiency in India also, Bangladesh can also make market for Nepalese hydropower energy. By improving the community between infrastructure, Nepal can be a sought after tourist destination. India, China, Bangladesh as well as South Asia region will be potential market. Laos-China corridor can provide possibility of increasing the connectivity between the India and China's people. construction of a government nine-gear fast-track road is expected to be reduced the distance between the Rasua and the Kenum by the early 150 kilometers. So quick, everything can do with change. Also, the social and economic perspective, extension of Qinghai-Tibet River to Galbantu and further to Lumini will create a huge opportunity. Proposed economic design along the route will elevate poverty and bring hope for better future. Nepal can emerge as a trade route for products from the China, Tibet, and India, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Western Bengal as well as Bangladesh. Large part of Nepal reach is considered to be remotest and underdeveloped due to the lack of infrastructure, well-improved economic condition, and cheap development. Nepal is also a beautiful country with abundance in natural beauty, well communication system will promote tourism, will increase the job opportunity, will decrease strain of the manpower going abroad for opportunity. Human resource will be utilized with home, will enhance the social stability and happiness, will increase social interaction among the people, thus will enhance the harmony and understanding of diversity. So big, so many goods that important people can enjoy the good transportation. Okay, I'm sorry, as time is so limited. Also, some of the political ideas, I just use some of the kind of intensity. So, open the door to the laws, to the China will decrease social dependence upon the South. Liberation from South knock the situation. Everything you know, everybody with the heart in chest, you know that transportation is a key. Not only for both of us, but also for everything, the start of Nepal's new future. Thanks.
Happy Nepali. Okay. So, of course, I have to make a small correction also indeed. The second presentation will be made by Mergendra Bahadur Kagi, our colleague, but maybe mistakenly or in other way around, he has also been given a Chinese name, Padma Lundrup. I don't know why it has been written, or maybe it is mistakenly written. So I was confused. So he will be making a presentation on geopolitical civilization, strategic location, and political process of Nepal. Your time begins, sir.
This my concept is evolving. If Professor Wu would remember, in 2017 at Beijing, I was in very raw stage to develop this my concept. And last month, I gave very same paper at Beijing, organized by CASS, where Chinese President Xi Jinping, he addressed that keynote address he made in that conference. And next week, I'm going to Oxford University, UK, taking this same concept. So this concept is evolving. It's the raw concept. First, I would like to make my point this. Second, why I chose this particular title. Geopolitical situation of Nepal and its strategic implication. Maybe some mistaken here. Another slide is copied here. So,
you don't have that.
Yeah, geopolitical situation. It means we had civilization before the formation of Nepal, China, or India, this region. And we had not this political unit or political entity. Even at that time, we had civilization. And these modern states are somehow product of that continuation. And these modern states, I'm very happy to reveal that at least states should celebrate it. Nepal is, to me, 20th oldest country all over the world. And China is the first modern country all over the world. And this year is 250 years we are going to celebrate. State is not going to celebrate, political parties are not going to celebrate. Thus, my Center for Nepal and Asian Studies, we are going to publish one book, including inviting various scholars. And you call Bhukhanda in Sanskrit. Bhukhanda is geosegment. If we go through a Sanskrit dictionary, segment is unmediated land. Unmediated, it means unconnected. If you do have that idea, in one German philosopher, Jasper, he coined a term, axial age. Axial age includes 800 BCE to 300 BCE. Within that period, all over the world, many civilizations were got immersed. In Nepal, Buddhism. In India, Upanishad. In China, Confucius, Taoism. Many civilizations got immersed, not only in this region, all over the world. It means, at that time, Nepali civilization and Chinese civilization were not interconnected. They were not intermediate each other. As far as I know, going through our literature, at the end of BC, before Christ, through Afghanistan, Buddhism transferred to mainland China. In 7th century, Buddhism transferred to Tibet. But before that, in mainland China, I would say mainland China, at that time there was no China, there were multiple Chinas, these modern Chinas. And if we go through one book written by one Chinese scholar, Chinese character. Chinese character was evolved, interacting Taoism, Confucianism, as well as Buddhism, because it transferred from here, Afghanistan, through ancient Silk Road. And I would claim, in Chinese value system, in Chinese character, Buddha's contribution is there. And interacting with Taoism or Confucianism, Buddhism got little bit different domesticated notion, philosophy. That philosophy was again interacted with Nepal through Manjushri. My colleague Punyashar will deliver his presentation tomorrow in this particular issue, so I don't like to go through in detail in that particular context. So Buddhism, and if you go through why Hinduism was not popular in China, why Buddhism became the already existing Taoism as well as Confucianism, and Buddhism has some similarities. And Hinduism or Brahmanism is much more little bit distinct idea and concept. So my argument is here. Nepal and this region has contributed. That is the first point I would like to mention here. Second, my argument is that, again I would like to thank Punyashar. We got one document from Nepal government when we had a war, Nepal and China war. At that time we used to send present to China. And it used to take 174 days to get payments. It used to take 6 months, nearly 6 months to get China paid. What would be the meaning of that? It means that at that time we had no transportation. Earlier speaker spoke about the importance of transportation. Without having transportation, these philosophies were developed in isolation. Chinese philosophies and Chinese civilizations evolved or formed in its holistic way in its isolation, as well as Nepali philosophy, it's got in isolation. That is the point. And second, land and isolation are, in one hand, objective land, and I would claim, in another hand, it is power land. If you would go pictorial China, published by Chairman Mao at that time in late 1940s, he has directly contested to United States. And United States, in response, we had bilateral relation between Nepal and United States in 1947. Then United States is getting engaged with us through various means, modern education, language, other, what sort of concept we are having these days. Almost all are these concepts we are borrowing from West. So I would claim this land, in one hand is objective land, in another hand these are power or subjective land. In this particular context, I have employed politics as a strategic technique to form civilization, to guard its transformation. These are my background concept, and I'm sorry I'm being unable to show you these pictures. Otherwise, I have some pictures. It shows beyond this modern political boundary where we were. And I have used the word term this time when we were drafting our constitution through Second Constituent Assembly. British ambassador, the then British ambassador made, religious conversion should be the human rights of Nepali people. Then lots of contention had made at that time. Then British ambassador was, expelled from Britain at that time. So at that time, Nepali newspaper has published one cartoon. It shows that Nepal is the land of contention of various international power centers, like as India, United States, China, and European Union. So how Nepali politics is being evolved in this particular context. At one hand, our civilization were isolated. At another hand, how Nepal and Nepali political situation is being evolved or formed within the transaction or interaction of international powers. This is the second. And if you would go through this thing, in 2013, when Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed BRI through OBOR, and Nepal accepted principally in 2014. In 2017, we signed an MOU with China on BRI. In 2018, China overtook India's FDI, foreign direct investment. Up to 2012, China was 5 times less than India. And within 5 years, Chinese investment is very massive. I do have that data. Unfortunately, I'm not going to show you here because of technical reason. China has overtaken India within 5-6 years. In another hand, how United States reacted. In 2017, through MCC, United States provided Nepal 50 billion Nepali rupees. And in 2018, United States developed the idea of Indo-Pacific region. In 2018, Nepali foreign minister visited United States. After 17 years, it is the high level that sort of visit. And United States proposed Nepal, asked Nepal to play pivotal role for this Indo-Pacific region. And in 2018 itself, United States passed reciprocal Tibetan bill. In another hand, if you would see how India is reacting. In 2014, Indian Prime Minister Modi delivered a speech in Nepal's Constituent Assembly, and he proposed the idea of highways and transways. this load shedding free time. Because how after the blockade of India, how China is investing in Nepal, or how Nepal and China's relation is being very much cordial, and India is responding in another way. So India is providing nearly 400 megawatt electricity every year. That's why we are in this load shedding free time this time. And India is proposing highways. Highways means internet wage. So in this particular context, these three international powers are competing each other, coordinating each other, or contending each other in this land. In one hand, this is geographical land. In one hand, this is civilizational land. In another hand, is the land of certain sort of political process. And I have used the case of Nepal Communist Party, because Nepal Communist Party has won 2/3 majority in present government. My argument is that in 1921, China set up Chinese Communist Party. In 1924, Indian Communist Party was set up. In late 1940s, Nepali Communist Parties were set up. Up to 1959, I would say it's the formative stage. And Nepali Communist Parties were borrowing international agendas. And if you look at the first political manifesto of Nepal Communist Party, it's the absolute translation of Karl Marx and Engels. And since 1960 to 2012, the concept of democracy, the concept of communism, both communist idea, Chinese line as well as Russian line, they entered through India. India was the only one option, though we were joining each other. Nepal border is Nepal and China. But the concept, the ideology, we were borrowing through India. And up to 2012, Nepal had, I would say, Nepali subject is being formed or was formed by Indo-Western activities. And since 2013, when BRI was proposed, and through FDI and through various means, China is developing its political, cultural, social capital. And we do have that sort of idea. The notion how ex-UML as well as Maoist, they formed Nepal Communist Party in 2017. They have dislocated ideologically. UML was proposing Bahulva, pluralism. Maoists were focused on monism. In 2017, when they proposed new political manifesto, they employed the term multi-party democracy, multi-party competition. It means it's there certain sort of ideological changes is happening in Nepal through the high interaction of China, how other forces are reacting. That is my idea. If you do remember, after the landslide victory of India in India by BJP, Modi delivered a speech in his party headquarters. He used the term, first time in India, secularism became non-issue in this election. To me, it would deliver, it will mean a lot even in Nepali politics. How secularism is being defined by Western countries, how Nepal and India or China should develop our own definition other than Western definition. Maybe it is the right time we need to dig out, we need to explore. So in this particular context, my argument is that, my claim is that, in one hand, Asia is becoming economic power. In another hand, what would be the soft power of Asia? If you look at the MOU of Nepal and China on BRI, there are 3 languages. One is in Nepali, another is in English, another is in Chinese. And there is clearly mentioned that if there would be a dispute to interpret the concept in Nepali or Chinese, we will rely on English. It means still to have the relationship between Nepal and China, soft power, that is one language, is being dominated by West. So it is the time of university, we intellectual people, what would be our soft power? How we to define ourselves? How we to define our religion, our democracy, our secularism, our political structure, political state? It's the right time. So I would like to propose this thing. Having said that, my time is completed. Thank you very much, sir.
On time, despite some technical hitch. Now I would like to invite Zhao Xiaoqing to present the paper on the political strategies and its performances of dealing with complex diversity in nation building process of India. Your time begins now. It's 15 minutes, sir. Please.
Scholars, experts, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. It's my great honor to be here to give this presentation. And sorry, firstly, I should say sorry for taking time at this very sleepy moment. I know you are tired. And the machine also very tired. It refused to work. There could be a lot of problems because I already made a very beautiful presentation with PPT, but it's wrong. So I went here for technician help or continuously with my own computer. I hope you help me like decision. It's very great. Continue this first. The item, the topic I'm discussing about is political strategies and its performances of dealing with complex diversity in the nation-state building of India. This presentation is based on a paper, and the paper is based on research trip. I conducted it early this year for 2 weeks. I field work 5 metropolitans in India, Delhi in the north, and Chennai in the south. It was really a fruitful, meaningful research trip. And I was so impressed and so deeply shocked by India's tremendous, shockingly, surprisingly diversity with many dimensions. Linguistic diversity, religious diversity, caste diversity, lot of diversity. And I believe each of this diversity, each dimension of this diversity could constitute a serious challenge to any molding nation state across the world. That's real. So, since then, there has been a big question mark on my mind. How could India be not broken down with such complicated diversity? How? And also it reminded me of a very interesting story that happened about roughly 11 or 12 years ago. My law colleagues, professors visited India. Before that, there had long been hot debate among these Chinese scholars and also some international community scholars. They argued very much about that when India will be broken down with diversity. Can you fix that? Okay, good news. They asked, do you worry about that India could be someday broken down with such complicated diversity? Asked. And a little bit out expected, the India scholar replied with great composure. He said, "Oh, I don't worry about it at all. The Chinese scholar is surprised. Respond is surprised. Why? The Indian scholar answered. He said, because India has been broken down. We are now living in the pieces of this broken down. So this is really philosophical way to answer the Chinese scholar's question. I will try to show you in an academic way how did India maintain its national unity in a condition of such complicated diversity. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, sorry, this is not included in my time, because of technician problem. You can see. Oh, thank you so much. Well, this is a topic I'm going to discuss about. The main idea of the presentation before is going to be divided into 4 parts. First part will discuss about the formation of India's complicated diversity. The second, we are going to look at how many levels or how many dimensions of this diversity could afford. And the third, I'm going to look at the measures or policies Indian government adopted to address this complex diversity. And finally, I will give you a very brief conclusion. You know, the first, the formation of India's complicated diversity. You know, India has a long history as China, and many scholars from India say that India has a 5,000 year civilization. And in this long process of civilization, India had been or was invaded by many civilizations like ancient Dravidians, Aryans, Persians, Greek, and Turkish. And for a long time, inside India territory, there are a lot of internal political conflicts and cultural differences. All this has contributed to this tremendous diversity in India. So, while India has benefited tremendously from such diversity, and diversity also possesses serious challenges to its unity as a nation state. Okay, look at the second one, multi-dimensions of complex diversity. You know, India has four levels of these 4 dimensions of complex diversity. First is the caste diversity, and the second comes the religious diversity, and also diversity of ethnicity and race, and the last one, linguistic diversity. The first, caste system diversity, you know, caste system is also a sort of diversity. It included 4 categories of hierarchies as Brahmin on the top and Shudra at the bottom. And these four caste system, they have their own internal logics and rules, both closed and open to outside world. So this is a very, very interesting phenomenon, closed and open to this mainstream society. They work together towards making the current situation of Indian society. Language diversity. You know, as we know, India has a total of 122 major languages and almost 1,600 other languages. There is no national language in India. And Hindu language only policies no longer exist. Actually, they adopted a 3-language framework. Each state actually have 3 languages. But as I conducted, as my research showed that a lot of states in the southern part, actually they do have 2 policies. One is English, one is their local language. Hindu language is no longer there. That's very interesting. This is a language map of India. And also you can find, because it's a country with a lot of language currency note in India is also printed in 17 languages. In China, I remember six languages printed in Chinese yuan note. And religious diversity. India has a lot of religions. The major religion is Hinduism. And the biggest minority religion is Islam. And also Sikhism, Christianity, Buddhism, a lot of religions in India. Each of religions could be possibly, potentially a source of conflict. How to deal with this religious cost problem is Indian government facing that. Because nowadays you can see globally across the world a lot of conflicts based on this religion background. This is a religious map. And also diversity of ethnicity and race. In India, as I did my field work, I found that in India, the race spectrum is so wide, from completely white guy to almost a complete black guy. There are almost the races or ethnicities in this world that have almost have every sort of this race, humankind in India. So India has also have a nickname as race museum. There's a lot of people, a lot of religions, a lot of language. How to deal with it? Addressing the challenges, the Indian central government strategic choice. So I will brief it very quickly. First measures they are taking: abolish caste system and implement democratic constitutional system based on individual citizenship. And the second, insisting unity in diversity with Indian characteristics but deny any ethnic classification. The third, language game, unitary or diverse. Since the independence of India, the elite of nationalists of India, they were struggling for the English, for Hindu language as a nation language or as official only language, but they failed. So last choice they have to take is that to politicize, nationalize linguistic diversity. Okay, lots of things. Okay, I just read it. Okay. Steps and a mechanism to restrain the negative effects of reorganization. And the second highlights Hindu language's dominant position in the framework of three-language policy. And this one is very interesting: strengthening minority rights protection, restraining minority with minority. This is also happening in Canada. In Canada federal government to curb Francophone in Quebec City that use this principle, the protect minority. If Francophone say that you are a minority, you want to be independent from this state, and also Aboriginal people in your land also has a right to say this. So the federal government say minority rights principle is very important to protect sovereignty of Canadian federal, and the Indian government learn something from that. Okay, and also carrying out the second language policy on the level of state, preventing excessive dominance of state language within a state. And next one, implementing grassroots level self-governance, panchayat. Panchayat is very close to Chinese pronunciation. Checks and balance state level power. Thinking about new criteria for establishment of a new state, such as social, economic, and ecological levels of development. And last one, very important, continuously innovation with principles of federalism, democracy, and division of powers, creating elastical space to diffuse the suppressed movement caused by the rigidity of linguistic nationalism. Okay, conclusion. Okay, very short. 2 times. You know, nation state originated from mainly West Europe, from Western countries. And for centuries, many non-Western countries learn, even copy the practice and ideas and rules from these Western countries. Some of them may have been successful, but more of them have met severe challenges, has met a lot of problems. India is a smart country. India government learned something from Western countries, and they learn more from their own national conditions, their social structures, the tradition, their culture, and finally they get successful relatively, I think. They keep the national security, even national unity. And now you can see India is rising, not only just politically, also economically and culturally. I believe everybody here could see one or two India Bollywood movies. It was really impressive. This is a soft power, and plus this hard power, economic and politics. India is rising. As a great neighbor of India, congratulations. Thank you.
Our schedule, we are supposed to finish the presentation by now, but we still have one more paper. We started a little late in the afternoon, so maybe we can accommodate the time of our tea break also. So I would like to invite another paper presenter, Chandra Giri, to present paper on BRI, HIT and Indo-Pacific Strategy, Cooperation and Contradiction. So it's 15 minutes. Please be on time. Thank you.
Paper on Belt and Road Initiative BRI. Highways means information ways, transways, HIT and Indo-Pacific Strategy IBS. Cooperation and contradiction. First, I introduce the timeline and context of BRI, HIT and IBS. BRI is announced September 7, 2013 by President Xi Jinping in Kazakhstan. And HIT, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced in Nepal's Parliament in August 3, 2014. Same as IPS, IPS was announced by American President Donald Trump November 2017 in Vietnam. This is a timeline. Why I am talking about timeline? Because I am going to the case study of Nepal, how the BRI, HIT and IPS, they have a cooperation, competition, conflict and contain each other. So the timeline also says something. I am going to explain about how BRI is rising in Nepalese context. Why I am Nepal choose? Because Nepal is the very hotline of the very stress point between IPS and BRI. Among 6 hotline, South China Sea, Malacca Strait, Taiwan, Hambantota, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. Nepal is especially Tibetan issue. And HIT is announced from Nepal, so I made this case study from this case. The first case, before BRI announces, there was one incident in Nepal. The 6 constitutional assembly members, CA members, delegation met to Dalai Lama in 2009. And after that, I got one chance to took an exclusive interview with senior delegation member BPI. He openly told me that autonomous issue of Malaysia and Tibet are similar, so we can analyze for struggle and learn from each other. This is very confidently erased this voice at the time. And second issue, after 10 years gap, after BRI launched, same case happened. Partipyada of Samajwadi Party and Equal Media of Rashtriya Janata Party. They participated in the Tibetan Convention in Riga, Latvian capital, on the first week of May 2019. After they participate, Nepalese parliamentary also worried with them, and they immediately reject. Both parliament immediately reject, and they published one statement on May 19 and said that due to wrong information, we will participate Tibetan program, and they said we are following one China policy. It shows that Chinese influence is rising through BRI. If compare two cases, if we compare two cases, we can understand that. And third case is after arrival, BRI arrival into Nepal, the legacy is no longer with India. To bring up turmoil in the internal case of Nepal, you say, sorry, this is after BRI. This is two events. Two events shows that at the same time, Western and Indo-Western countries got threat from BRI. These two cases show that. And I noticed some aggressive activities of IPS into Pacific in Nepalese case. Nepalese case, US granted $500 million through MCC in 2017, and Nepalese foreign minister invited in Washington, December 18, 2020, and US announced that Nepal is a very pivotal role on IPS. Within 9 months, 5 American high-level leaders visited Nepal. Similarly, Nepalese delegation also visited to USA. Other cases. Since last October, American Ambassador Randy Berry had organized 9 meetings with selected journalists. Very short time, he met 9 meetings with journalists. And Randy Berry is published or broadcasting some interview in Nepalese media around 4 times. But Chinese ambassador role was only defensive. Also organizing some press conference and some statement, but that role was only defensive. I noticed that. And Randy Berry, so many activities we can see here because of time limitation. I certainly agree. And here, BRI versus IPS. This relation is conflict and conflict. BRI and IPS. This IPS is especially IPS containing in Indo region and Pacific region. They have conflict like South China issue and terror. Soft power, especially IPS, using soft and hard power both. The soft power, especially through grant support, raising debt issue, and media, through media. And raise many, how raise the soft power through soft power. Transparency promotes transparency made question by IPS, and promotes BRI promotes authoritarianism. Other same as China is revisionist power. So many things. Same as Japan raise quality infrastructure project, and European raise sustainable connectivity project. It means BRI has not reached sustainable and quality. These kinds of things. The IPS has allies Indo-Pacific region, so coordinator co-countries and European also, same voice. This is soft power. Military cooperation, allies, security allies, there is so many bases and other groups. These times hard power I am not going to express here. This is a short difference between BRI and Indo-Pacific. BRI model is soft loan. IPS provided by grant like as a donation. Very shortly, you can see just other points. Heat. In context of Nepal, heat is a stable power, and heat stable power and heat is 5 times influence than we are. One Chinese railways project is 5 Indian railways project. Same as highways and transports. So I compare and it is concluded. Indian perspective on Nepal-China connectivity has been shifted now. The previous time India more concerned on highways connectivity between Nepal and China. Now only concern railways connectivity, especially getting Kathmandu Pokhara Lumbini project, but not officially. It is also not official. Relationship between BRI and HIT. HIT means I am indicating India. The BRI and the relationship, both countries have more cooperation this way. BRI is India is some portion of involvement in BRI, but some CPEC issue, territorial issue, and trade defect issue, they have no cooperation. Same as India has launched some program, some connectivity program, completion program like maritime and land growth corridor, like Iran-Russia corridor, so many projects. Briefly, and HIT and IPS relation is also there is cooperation and contradiction. I am focusing differences because I claim that HIT and IPS no longer and strengthen cooperation. That is my claim. So I focus differences. India is no proactive in IPS. United States wants directly conflict and contend with China, but India doesn't like conflict. India doesn't like to active in South China Sea. And India offered free and open IPS. India said that China should also bring into IPS. This offer was raised in the earlier Singapore dialogue. And my claims is that sooner or later, BRI and HIT will have coalition. This is some my logic is number one, the Modi slogan in election. There is in 2014 the Modi slogan in election. China is expansionist power. 2009 its slogan is mutual respect and understanding is China and India relation. It shows that the Modi policy. And second case, China-centric policy from India. The Suparam Jayasankar is now new foreign minister. His background is he was served as an Indian, Chinese investor and as well as American. It's both power balancing. And other hand, Vijay Gokhale is foreign secretary, is ex-ambassador for China. If you compare two guys, the Chinese side, you can see Chinese is more than IPS or yeah. And other case about the Masood Azhar case, China exercised its veto for 4 times to stop the Masood Azhar as a terrorist. But before election time, China support India and Mas's others became a global terrorist. It shows that Indian policy is BRI centric, and later as sooner I might come this. And the second possibility is heat. If heat no actively cooperation with BRI, at that time it can be balanced policy major power with USA and China or BRI or IPS, and as well as Russia also. India is engaging major three powers, not only one power, and Russia is also opposing power of China, America and India. So India cannot directly oppose BRI. This is my conclusion. Sorry for time limitation and some my disconfident. I conclude this message. Thank you.
Comment. Thank you.
Yes, heat. Every time heat. What I mentioned, my question is, can you explain which is the connectivity border into the China Nepal connection, Belt and Road Initiative, BRI? Everybody tell only BRI. But our purpose is which is the connection route, Nepal and China border. We must know this matter also. Then we will get good result from this today's forum. That's why, can you explain my questions?
Only Nepal in China connectivity.
China-Nepal border.
Border?
China-Nepal border, which is the connectivity border.
Connectivity border is mainly Russia going to or Kerala to Kathmandu. It will be going to the international connectivity border by Chinese purpose or Chinese proposal. There is going to the under construction process. There is going to process Kerala Kathmandu rails and same as highways. It will be major connectivity lines. Same as we have already signed 6 highways connectivity between Nepal and China. If you mention about heat and BRI connectivity, there are 4 borders, especially Sino-India connectivity. Nathula is a very easy border, but after Doklami standoff, it is also closed. India and
I already in Nathula.
Yeah, there is other dams of the Kashmir. There is going to process, but not finalize the border between Sino-India. Because of the border dispute into China trade only through sea, maritime. Because of time limitation, I did explain that before. So there is a huge trade defect. Around India, China, around $83 billion business in foreign, but $65 billion loser by India. It's too much gap. So India wants to assist Chinese market. But it will be for Nepal or not? It is questionable because CNI, I am going to think CNI corridor, China, Nepal economic corridor, geographically I am telling. India has some reservation, security reservation on railways project, not the highways project I already mentioned. CNI corridor, India, Chinese, no anything said on this issue, but CITEC already object and other PCI, India is participant of PCIM. Bangladesh, through Myanmar, Bangladesh, India, this corridor already be a part of India is one portion of BRI. Connectivity, soft connectivity through soft connectivity, and India has already taken $2 billion from AIIB. So India is one part of here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This session is closed and there will be break for 10 minutes and the program will resume after 10 minutes. Thank you. And I would like to thank CASS for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to present a paper here. This is my second opportunity. Last year, I and Professor Lai presented our paper in Beijing. This time, my paper is ethnicity and globalization. This is long, not a long, medium-sized paper, but the species provided by globalization or ethnicity. I argue that globalization is influencing the indigenous peoples and ethnic groups' struggle for rights, recognition, and resources. Globalization has powerfully affected both the material conditions and social consciousness of indigenous peoples and cultural and ethnic minorities of Nepal. Globalization has twofold impacts. First, it has brought about the economic, political, ideological transformation in the every level of indigenous peoples. Second is the relation of indigenous and ethnic minority to the nation state in which they are embedded have been changed when nation state played a role of homogenization. And in the case of Nepal, there are plenty of studies on anthropology of globalization in the old context, but in Nepalese context, as far as I know, there is no Nepalese scholar studying globalization from anthropological and cultural perspective. Some foreign anthropologists like Fisher and Mark Leakey have done study of globalization and modernity process in Nepalese context. But most of the Nepalese anthropologists have studied about the modernization, westernization or development issues. Therefore, this paper may contribute to understand globalization in terms of history as well as context of indigenous people of Nepal. According to the Central Bureau of Statistics, there are altogether 125 caste and ethnic groups in Nepal. Sizes of ethnic groups are in the range of 650 to 1 million in Nepal. Tamang, Newar, Tharo, Gurung, Kiranti, Limbu, Magar, Sherpa are some of the numerically larger groups in the country. All of the groups, irrespective of their cultural and religious practices, are being impacted largely by globalization process. First part of this paper is largely based on secondary sources of information, whereas second part is based on my personal reflection. Historical background of the globalization. From the historical times, as is the case elsewhere, Nepal has known to its neighbors through the travelers such as Chinese travelers Heng Sen in the 7th century. Later, during the end of Mughal period, Nepal came into contact with the Europeans through the mercantile and colonial expansion, such as American Hobans in 1686. However, the real link between the foreigners and the native people began with the Capuchin fathers stationing in Kathmandu in 1750. Who served, healed and distributed the medicines, befriended many people in Nepal, including men in the palace, and converted them. There was even competition between Mulla kings of Kathmandu Valley to attract the favor of these foreigners for goods and medicines. However, with the threat of British Empire after the conquest of Kathmandu, Prithvinarayan Shah restricted the travel of foreigners and import of foreign goods, although he sought medicinal and military services from them. Overall, the religious conservatism and nationalism of Prithvinarayan Shah was a response to this xenophobia which delayed Nepal's path towards globalization. The Rana also followed the Prithvinarayan Shah's restriction but with the subordination to the British after the defeat of 1816 war. Rana needed to befriend the British, but in selective way. The Ranas and ruling elite took European goods as symbol of new dominant power. The major shift occurred when the Jangabahadur Rana himself visited England and became the first Nepali visitor to Europe. The foreignness as a dangerous thing converted to foreignness as power and its legitimization. The Ranas employed the foreigners mainly as physician, military advisor and educator. Moreover, the elite began to get education not only from the foreigners residing in Nepal but also education in India, got validity and power to rule. As an analogy, today's academia, like the Rana elites, are getting higher education from Western universities. From it they are deriving the legitimacy and power. Like the Rana elites did to rule the universities, by extension the whole. Nepal came to be known as a new country after 1950s, when Nepal opened itself to the world after the Rana period. The most telling evidences of openness is the aeroplane was flown in the Nepali sky in 1950. Foreigners came to Nepal in search for the exotic as Nepal, but secluded from the world till then and was considered to be a pristine land. The successful mountaineering expedition of Edmund Hillary in 1953 helped recognize Nepal as a best tourist destination. Nepal got membership of UN in 1955. With the starting of the development program in Nepal, initially through USA in 1951, Nepal became a geographical area not only to be visited and exotic people, but to be explored in a developmentalist as well as scholarly way. In the paradigm of modernization, the Peace Corps volunteers of 1962 is the best example of the developmentalist approach. Contact with foreigners who helped Nepalese to modernize and globalize. With the foreigners came foreign language, media, goods and imagination. The growing tourism led to the numerous shops, hotels and other occupations, both in the urban areas like Kathmandu and Pokhara as well as remote areas like Khumbu. For example, according to Fisher in 2011, mountaineering had a long-term impact on Sherpa's life. As Sherpas were able to take care of their own economy and therefore their own destiny. Fisher claims that now nearly as many as Sherpas have traveled to the rest of the world as foreigners came to Nepal. As part of development industry, scholars have come to Nepal in the name of developing since 1950s. Development programs with the ideas and technologies such as contraception and improved seeds from the developed countries are the major vehicle of modernization which directly affected and altered the lifestyle of the most remote area places. University education. Education is considered one of the most important globalizing forces. As education is related to modernity, in Nepal, learning English is the first instance of globalizing. When talking about the ideas, it is mostly harnessed at the college or university. In fact, many development programs and policies were formulated under the guidance of foreign government and scholars, including the foundation of Tribhuvan University, the first university in Nepal. The university syllabus deals mostly with the Western knowledge, so what students learn at the university is mostly foreign history and foreign ideas. Students mostly learn to see Nepal through the eyes of West rather than the opposite. In research, especially social science research, foreigners come to Nepal and then become the localized. For example, a student anthropologist goes to a particular community, learns local language and culture, studies the people, place and even goes to native. The local people come to influence by the alliance and their to contact and interact with 3,000 Peace Corps volunteers who have come to Nepal until 2004. Considering that one volunteer in his or her 2 years period comes into contact with hundreds of Nepalese, some local collaborators have long opportunity to visit abroad. This exchange is the initial part of globalizing of local people. Such scholars have done much of the betterment of the people they study, including funding for their development. In future terms, globalization is not only about what is out there, remote and far away from the individual, it is here phenomena too. Influencing very often, indigenous peoples, ethnic groups and cultural minorities of Nepal are involved in different activities like struggle for equalities and local autonomy. They observe rallies and processions in special occasions on their own respective traditional arts, demonstrative folk songs and dance, organize food, festivals, fairs and handicraft exhibitions and so on. They are eager to know about olden times, values, things, everything about their traditional origin. Cultural history and convection among many ritual and festival of indigenous people of Nepal, I take Sakela as a case study for this article. Sakela is the main festival of Kiranti Rai, which is celebrated twice a year, distinguished by name Udauli and Uoli. Sakela Udauli is Sakela is celebrated during the Vaishak Purnima, and Sakela Udauli is celebrated during the full moon day in the month of December. This festival was related to agricultural calendar of Pigeon society. It has ritual and traditional values when they are homeland. However, it has no more significance for the urban dwellers of Kiran. It dropped its ritual value and gained political value. They celebrate it for the identity by which they came together and make solidarity. Now, this is globalized. Right to those live in the urban towns and or abroad celebrated it for their identity. Sakela has become the transnational because it is being celebrated not only in Nepal but also various countries such as Hong Kong, United Kingdom and America, Singapore and many other countries by Kiranti diasporas. In Kathmandu, this festival has been organized annually early 1990s. Before it, few non-Kiranti people had knowledge of this festival. It has confined in particular localities. Now I skip some section of my paper. I suppose that you have the paper in your hand. Now in conclusion I say few words. Nepal has been globalizing in true sense since 1950s. It helped to identify Nepal both as a poor, underdeveloped country as well as country with the immense linguistic, cultural, biological diversity. Flow of foreign scholars along with their ideas, values and culture has deeply affected both the Nepalese scholar as well as common people. Different groups find themselves in very different situations economically, socially and so on, and therefore have different ideas about how to do this, which generate political opposition among the different groups. They do so under the influence of globalization. Thank you very much.
I invite Benjia, whose topic is rediscussion of Nepal Sherpa migration and tourism.
非常感谢主办方的这个邀请，有机会参与这样的会议，一起学习交流，我感到非常高兴。
I would like to thank this conference to invite me to have this opportunity to share my idea and learn from you guys.
我的这个论文题目是里贝尔沙巴人时空迁徙与源流再谈。简单来说，通俗来讲，就是里贝尔沙巴人什么时候到这儿来？他们是从哪个族群里面出来的？
Today, my topic is this discussion of Nepal Sherpa migration and origin. Simply say is to find out when the Nepal Sherpa came to Nepal and where are they from.
我要讲这个大概有这么4个内容，一个是研究背景的意义，第二个沙巴人名称的解读，第三是沙巴人时空迁徙，第四个沙巴人族源的迁徙的由来。
My topic will divide into 4 parts. First is background and significance. Second is land resolution. And the third is Shabbat migration in time space, and the last one is motivation of Shabbat migration.
至今66年前，这个夏巴的诞生，罗盖和新西兰登山家第一次登上了珠峰，从此夏巴的名字得到全世界的关注。
Before 1660 years, there is a Shabbat people, and he with a New Zealand guy. They climbed on the Jumlama mountain, and from that moment, the Shabbat is famous of the world.
这些夏巴人，不单是要帮登山家这个带路，还要背东西，越来越的感觉到夏巴人很了不起，甚至把登山家的名字搞忘了，然后把夏巴人的名字记得更牢。
And the Shabbat people, not just the guides the people to the Himalaya, they even carry all the bags when they are moving. So maybe some people even don't forget who climbed that mountain. People just realize, oh, that's Shabbat's work. They're doing that remarkable job.
2008年，据官方统计，夏巴的人口大概11万左右，至今已经是过了10年，肯定人口增长的更多。我这次研究的对象也是就里边境内的夏巴人。
And from the official data in 2008, the population of Shabbat is 112,000. But I think now it's much more, right?
夏巴研究在我国的这个民族学方面还是比较薄弱的。下面我就用夏巴名字的由来，夏巴什么时候到达这边的，他们迁徙的由来，分3个由给大家做介绍。
This research field of Shabbat is relatively deep in China ethnology. In here, and I like to talk about 3 issues. The first is the name, and the time when they got to Nepal, and the motivation of their immigration.
关于夏巴人这个名字，学术界有2个观点。第一种就把夏巴人解释为东方人，第二种解释为西藏古老的氏族的名称。
There are 2 kind of academic view for the Shabbat's name. One is just the group from the east. Even this is made by the local liberal people because they're from the east, right? They call that name. But another, I would say, the name is an Asian clan from Tibetan area.
夏巴这个词是藏语，这个是没有什么问题的。但是这个藏语在我们常用里面至少有6个不同的这个用法。第一，就是我们就是作为方位名词使用；第二个作为动词使用；第三个作为这个副词使用；第四个作为那个助词使用；第5个作为名词使用，还有形容词使用。
There is no doubt that Shabbat is a Tibetan word. In Tibetan dictionary, there are 5 usages. First is as a verb, and the second is a noun, but it's not. It's really for the east. That means east direction, or oriental orientation. And the third is a adverb, and the fourth is means a strong man, and the fifth is a noun.
大家都知道，蔡瀛讲出最有名的一个诗歌，就在一句话里面，他用了2个夏，就是第一个夏是方位，第二个夏是动词。夏兄这个3年干啥当完夏兄，马就阿米家的一拉公口去，就一句话用了2个夏，一个是方位名词，一个是动词。
And even the Tibetan Changyang Changso lover song, lover poems have a word say the sha have 2 ways to use in 1 sentence.
夏巴的夏在藏语里面有2个音，一个读哈，一个读夏，所以在汉语里面就是夏巴、西巴这些都是有自身有2个音造成的这种不同的写法。
And the Shabbat is just 1 class, and even some people call Shabbat is Shiba, but they are always the same.
不光是巴和哇在藏语里面是提指人的，只要有了巴，我们就后面不能加人。汉语的为了这个汉语的巴体现不了人的名字，所以我们就加给人，就下巴人。藏语里面一个巴已经包括了人了。
In the word Shabbat, the ba it means people, man, and it's equal to the wa. So, but in our Chinese language, we like to say Shabbat Ren. We add one person, so it's not very allowed to use that kind of stuff because in Tibetan language rule that is wrong. So Shabbat it means the people, the group.
很多把汉语这个下巴人翻成藏语的时候，下巴哇、看巴哇，这种翻译是错误的。那么我们就是对这个问题有这么多的词汇，那么我们就根据实际情况去分析。那么我们现在提到这个下巴，这个到底是方位名词还是部落的名词？这我就是引用当代摩根桑代他的诗歌里面，他的历史里面就讲到，吐蕃时期，松赞干布带了20万军队到这个松潘，他当时带的军队就是现在的阿里地区降雄部落的，称为叫下巴的这支部落，从此在这一带的人称之为下巴，大概1400年左右。这是桑木的这个历史书上记载。那么就下巴这个称谓在历史上记载了，那么就将近有1400年的历史。第二个就是松潘县的县志，那么就明确的记载，那就公元638年，松赞干布带领吐蕃军队攻占松潘的这种战役的这个记录。然后这个下巴这个作者就是桑吉丹森。他在这个主言里面是门梁来源于东，门梁来源于东。那么门梁里面下面还分下巴、西巴、多支巴等等，有很多个小的部落。
So the question is, the Shabbat, the name, it means the people from the east, or it's a very ancient troop's name. And I found a lot of old and worse literature. There is one of the three famous contemporary Tibetan scholar, Master Sangdan. He explained that the Songpan leaders were known as Shabbat since ancient times because when Songdan would fight with Han Dynasty, there is a large military force coming from Upper Ali call themselves Shabbat. And there are a lot of literature shows Shabbat is a very ancient name from the past.
我们这个人的名字前面有出下巴，但是无论是这个里边境内的下巴人，还是中国西藏境内的下巴人，以及四川省松潘境的下巴人，他们的名字应该是氏族部落的名字，不应该是东方的名字。
So from what we have discussed before above, I saw that the Shabbat is not means the people from the east. It's a very old name. It's an Asian troops name.
里边的下巴人到里边是什么时候？直到今天，无论是汉语、藏语，其他的没有一个明确的这个记录。所以我们这次使用一种它的骨系和资料的综合分析，就我们猜测，我们推断。第一批下巴人到达里边的时间。
There is no specific times shows the Shabbat came to Nepal, so it's a very hard problem for more than 20 years. This time, I found there is a Shabbat people. He published the genetic of his paternal and maternal literature in 1917. So that shows his first generation is the first generation Shabbat came to Nepal, and now he show us the family, the names like a 7th generation. So by calculation we can evaluate the first generation Shabbat came to Nepal.
我们根据上届单子写的这个下巴史，把他的这个父亲和母亲这个家族的这个倍数进行排列对照以后，他母亲这个体系是到上届单子刚好是16代，他父亲目前下巴这个体系刚好是17代。
So we use this kind of measure and we can figure out what time the Shabbat has came to report. This is one of which the main resource for studying the first time of Shabbat migration to report.
我们咱做这个传统说法不说时间你多长时间？我们几代了？那么就一代一般会就30计算，那么就是一代就30计算的话，16代就是480年。17代就是510年，那么就是那可以说，1970年上届单子写这个书的时候，那么他的第一批下巴人到达那边时间就是少至480年，多至510年。根据第一条这个，第二条根据这个这几年出版的这个里边下巴字典里面记载最早的3位喇嘛是如比多吉、3位多吉，这个是到达里边时间传寺院的最早的，还是3兄弟一个父亲。那么这里面记载他们是16世纪到达的。第二个就是我们松潘老家有个学者写的，就是里边。西藏经历的里边和这个松潘经的比较，那根据这个王室他们就是推断是一个国王这个那个加里曼都国王拉特拉马拉的在位时间40年，也就是1480年至1520年。那么根据以上的这个推断，我们就是认为下巴的最早一批到达的时间就是15世纪末、16世纪初，也就是公元1480年至1510年。这个就是我们推断的时间，就不像其他时间说的这个13世纪，那个13世纪还差几百年。那么中途耽误了多少？那进一步需要研究。
And with the other literature and the data compromise, and the way this paper shows the earliest Shabbat arrived before the time should be the 1480 to 1510. So that is our result.
我们查阅了很多这个藏文资料以后，这个下巴的这个来源就是祖先就是东石这个部落，东石部落里面东石部落呢分了这个18个部落，是吧？18个里面就出现其中一个叫蒙娘，蒙娘里面也有很多个部落，那么其中就是下巴出自于这个部落。
From the resource, and we figure out the Shabar is from the Buyat clan, and Buyat clan is from the Dongxiang clan. That is famous for, in Chinese, we call Dangxiang. So the Dangxiang is Tibetan language is Dongxiang. So the Shabar is from the Dongxiang clan.
不管是当下也罢，没也罢，这个部落总共是迁徙了4次。那么第一次就是从今天的山南，这个徒步的复兴地带往康区这个进行这个发展，当时就一直往西发展，一直往东发展。
So from our analysis, the literature and some data, and we figure out the Shabbat had 4 great migration. The first one is in the early Tumu dynasty, and the Dong clan I just told before is the beginning of the Shabbat. The Chu is highly developed in Yalong Central, and they have a migration to the west and the east. One is go to the Dokang, and another is go to the Hotong area.
第二次他们从青藏高原往这个今天的四川松潘岷江这个上游进行这个发展， 这个时候突破强盛了以后，他们进行这个第四次迁徙，从这个岷江上游往这个西北方向鄞州、夏州这样发展。那么最后就是蒙古的军队发展起来了以后，把西夏王朝这个打垮了以后，第四次集体迁徙。第四次迁徙，这个从史料里面发现，凡是从事这个磨砺的往青藏高原的这个迁徙，从事农业的这方面的往内地迁徙，这方面的资料是比较丰富的。
And the third migration is during the Tubal dynasty, and the Dongplan Muya troops migration from the southeast of Tibetan Plateau and the northern of the Sichuan to the upper Yangtze River Valley, which is the mainland of China. And the third migration is in the 7th century, when the Tubal dynasty became very strong and strengthened the Dongplan to attack Song states. The Dongplan just need to go, so they request the Tang dynasty, say they want to leave, and they gradually go to the Yin state and the Shan state. And after years, they built the Western Shan dynasty in 1938. And the fourth migration is in 1227. The Western Shan dynasty was defeated by the Mongolia army. The troops and citizens of the Western Shan dynasty suffered hellish casualty, and even their king was killed. So the Shaba and the Muya, all the Dongplan, they all run away. But the farmers go to the mainland of China, and the handlers, they go to the Tibetan area.
青藏高原是有众多的氏族之间都是同源异流，又是异源同流。各地的蒙娘和下边也不例外。氏族部落之间交流交种也是历史发展的规律。下边作为一个古老的氏族部落群体，其归属始终与东氏部落和蒙娘部落紧紧联系在一起。多次大的迁徙和分流都是同步的。我们将会对此进一步研究，梳理出以往的历史长中中下边人的时空迁徙流言。
The process of integration and communication of clans and tribes, communication with each other, is a law of the historic development. Shaba, as an ancient clan tribe, have always close associated with Dongbang tribe and the Muya tribe. And for the last, we will do further study on this and sort out the spectral and the temporal migration and origin of the Shaba in the long history. Thank you.
非常感谢主办方的郑重邀请，有机会参与这样的会议，一起学习交流，我感到非常高兴。
I would like to thank this conference to invite me to have this opportunity to share my idea and learn from you guys.
我的这个论文题目是里边下巴人时空迁徙与源流再谈。简单来说，通俗来讲，就是里边下巴人什么时候到这儿来？他们是从哪个族群里面出来的？
Today, my topic is this discussion of Nepal Shaba migration and origin. Simply say is to find out when the Nepal Shaba came to Nepal and where are they from.
我要讲的一个大概有这么4个内容，一个是研究背景的意义，第二个下巴人名称的解读，第三是下巴人时空迁徙。 第四个，下边族源的迁徙的由来。
My topic will divide into 4 parts. Its first is background and significance. Second is land resolution, and the third is Shaba migration in time space, and the last one is motivation of Shaba migration.
至今66年前，这个下巴的诞生。 罗盖和新西兰登山家第一次登上了珠峰，从此下巴人名词得到全世界的关注。
Before 1660 years, there is a Shaba people, and he with a New Zealand guy, they climbed on the Jumlama mountain, and from that moment, the Shabbat is famous of the world.
这些下巴人，不单是要帮登山家这个带路，还有背东西，越来越的感觉到下巴人很了不起，甚至把登山家的名字搞忘了，然后把下巴人的名字记得更牢。
And the Shabbat people, not just the guides the people to the Himalaya, they even carry all the bags when they are moving. So maybe some people even don't forget who climbed that mountain. People just realize, oh, that's Shabbat's work. They're doing that remarkable job.
2008年，据官方统计，下巴的人口大概11万左右，至今已经是过了10年，肯定人口增长的更多。我这次研究的对象也是就里边境内的下巴人。
And from the official data in 2008, the population of Shabbat is 112,000. But I think now it's much more, right?
下巴研究在我国的这个民族学方面还是比较这个薄弱的。下面我就用下巴名字的由来，下巴什么时候到达这边的，他们迁徙的由来，分3个由给大家做介绍。
This research field of Shabbat is relatively deep in China ethnology. In here, and I like to talk about 3 issues. The first is the name and the time when they got to be born and the motivation of their immigration.
关于下巴人这个名字，学术界有2个观点。第一种就把下巴人解释为东方人，第二种解释为西藏古老的氏族的名称。
There are 2 kind of academic view for the Shabbat's name. One is just the group from the east. Even this is made by the local liberal people because they're from the east, right? They call that name. But another, I would say, the name is an Asian clan from Tibetan area.
下巴这个词是藏语，这个是没有什么分歧的。但是这个藏语在我们常用里面至少有6个不同的这个用法。第一，就是我们就是作为方位名词使用；第二个作为动词使用；第三个作为这个副词使用；第四个作为那个助词使用；第5个作为名词使用，还有形容词使用。
There is no doubt that Shabbat is a Tibetan word. In Tibetan dictionary, there are 5 usages. First is as a verb, and the second is a noun, but it's not. It's really for the east. That means east direction, or oriental orientation. And the third is a adverb, and the fourth is means a strong man, and the fifth is a noun.
大家都知道，蔡元讲出最有名的一个诗歌，就在一句话里面，他用了2个下，就是第一个下是方位，第二个下是动词。下熊这个3年，干啥当晚下熊，马就阿米家的一拉公口去，就一句话用了2个下，一个是方位名词，一个是动词。
And even the Tibetan lover song, lover poems have a word say the sha have 2 ways to use in 1 sentence.
下巴的下在藏语里面有2个音，一个读哈，一个读下，所以在汉语里面就是下巴、西巴这些都是有的，至少有2个音，造成的这种不同的写法。
And the Shabbat is just 1 class, and even some people call Shabbat is Shiba, but they are always the same.
不光是巴和哇，在藏语里面是提示人的。只要有了巴，我们就后面不能加人。汉语的为了这个汉语的巴体现不了人的名字，所以我们就加个人，就下巴人。藏语里面一个巴已经包括了人了。
In the word Shabbat, the ba means people, man, and it's equal to the wa. So, but in our Chinese language, we like to say Shabbat ren. We add 1 person. so it's not very allowed to use that kind of stuff because in Tibetan language rule that is wrong. So Shaba means the people, the group.
很多把汉语这个夏巴人翻成藏语的时候夏巴瓦、康巴瓦这种翻译是错误的。那么我们就是对这个问题有这么多的词汇，那么我们就根据实际情况去分析。那么我们现在提到这个夏巴这个到底是方位名词还是部落的名词？这我就是引用当代摩根桑代他的诗歌里面，他的历史里面就讲到吐蕃时期，松赞干布带了20万军队到这个松潘，他当时带的军队就是现在的阿里地区祥修部落的称为叫夏巴的这支部落，从此在这一带的人称之为夏巴，大概1400年左右。这是桑木代这个历史书上记载。那么就夏巴这个称谓在历史上记载了，那么就将近有1400年的历史。第二个就是松潘县的县志，那么就明确的记载，那就公元638年，松赞干布带领吐蕃军队攻占松潘的这种战役的这个记录。然后这个夏巴的作者就是桑吉丹森。他在这个主言里面是门梁来源于东，门梁来源于东。那么门梁里面下面还分夏巴、西巴、多支巴等等，有很多个小的部落。
So the question is, the Shaba, the name, it means the people from the east, or it's a very ancient troop's name. And I found a lot of old and worse literature. There is one of the three famous contemporary Tibetan scholar, Master Sangdan. He explained that the Songpan leaders were known as Shaba since ancient times because when Songdan would fight with Han Dynasty, there is a large military force coming from Upper Ali called themselves Shaba, and there are a lot of literature shows Shaba is a very ancient name from the past.
我们这个人的名字前面有出夏巴但是无论是这个尼泊尔境内的夏巴人，还是中国西藏境内的夏巴人，以及四川省松潘境的夏巴人，他们的名字应该是氏族部落的名字，不应该是东方的名字。
So from what we have discussed before above, I saw that the Shaba is not means the people from the east. It's a very old name. It's an Asian troop's name.
尼泊尔的夏巴人到尼泊尔是什么时候？直到今天，无论是汉语、藏语，其他的没有一个明确的这个记录。所以我们这次使用一种它的骨系和资料的综合分析，就我们猜测，我们推断第一批夏巴人到达尼泊尔的时间。
There is no specific time that shows the Shaba came to Nepal, so it's a very hard problem for more than 20 years. This time, I found there is a Shaba people. He published the genetic of his paternal and maternal literature in 1917. So that shows his first generation is the first generation Shaba came to Nepal, and now he showed us the family, the names like a 7th generation. So by calculation, we can evaluate the first generation Shaba came to Nepal.
我们根据桑吉丹子写的这个夏巴史，把他的这个父亲和母亲这个家族的这个倍数进行排比对照以后，他母系这个体系是到桑吉丹子刚好是16代，他父亲目前扎巴这个体系刚好是17代。
So we use this kind of method and we can figure out what time the Shabbat asking to report. This is one of which the main resource for studying the first time of Shabbat migration to report.
我们咱做这个传统说法不说时间你多长时间？我们几代了，那么就一代一般会就30计算，那么就是一代就30计算的话，16代就是480年，17代就是510年。那么就是那可以说1970年上几代在写这个书的时候，那么他的第一批下巴人到达那边时间就是少至480年，多至510年。根据第一条这个，第二条根据这个这几年出版的这个里边下巴字典里面记载最早的3位喇嘛是如比多吉、3位多吉，这个是到达里边时间传寺院的最早的，还是3兄弟一个父亲。那么这里面记载他们是16世纪到达的。第二个就是就是我们松潘老家有个学者写的，就是里边西藏经历的里边和这个松潘经的比较，那根据这个王室他们就是推断是一个国王这个那个加里曼都国王拉特拉马拉的在位时间40年，也就是1480年至1520年。那么根据以上的这个推断，我们就是认为下巴的最早一批到达的时间就是15世纪末16世纪初，也就是公元1480年至1510年这个就是我们推断的时间，就不像其他时间说的这个13世纪，那个13世纪还差几百年，那么中途耽误了多少，那进一步需要研究。
And with the other literature and the data compromise, and the way this paper shows the earliest Shabbat arrived before the time should be the 1480 to 1510. So that is our result.
我们查阅了很多这个藏文资料以后，这个下巴的这个来源就是祖先就是东石这个部落，东石部落里面东石部落呢分了这个18个部落，是吧？18个里面就出现其中一个叫蒙娘，蒙娘里面也有很多个部落，那么其中就是下巴出自于这个部落。
From the resource, and we figure out the Shabar is from the Buyat clan, and Buyat clan is from the Dongxiang clan. That is famous for, in Chinese we call Dangxiang. So the Dangxiang is Tibetan language is Dongxiang. So the Shabar is from the Dongxiang clan.
不管是当下也罢，没也罢，这个部落总共是迁徙了4次。那么第一次就是从今天的山南，这个徒步的复兴地带往康区这个进行这个发展，当时就一直往西发展，一直往东发展。
So from our analysis the literature and some data, and we figure out the Shabbat had 4 great migration. The first one is in the early Tumun dynasty, and the Dong clan I just told before is the beginning of the Shabbat. The Chu is highly developed in Yalong Central, and they have a migration to the west and the east. One is go to the Dokang, and another is go to the Hotong area.
第二次他们从青藏高原往这个今天的四川松潘岷江这个上游进行这个发展。这个时候徒步强盛了以后，他们进行这个第4次迁徙，从松潘这个岷江上游往这个西北方向鄞州、夏州这样发展。那么最后就是蒙古的军队发展起来了以后，把西夏王朝这个打垮了以后，第四次集体迁徙。第4次迁徙，这个从史料里面发现，凡是从事这个磨砺的往青藏高原的这个迁徙，从事农业的这方面的往 内地迁徙，这方面的资料是比较丰富的。
And the third migration is during the Tubal dynasty and the Dongplan Muya troops migration from the southeast of Tibetan Plateau and the northern of the Sichuan to the upper Yangtze River Valley, which is the mainland of China. And the third migration is in the 7th century when the Tubal dynasty became very strong and strengthened the Dongplan to attack Song states. The Dongplan just need to go, so they request the Tang dynasty, say they want to leave, and they gradually go to the Yin state and the Shan state. And after years, they built the Western Shan dynasty in 1938. And the fourth migration is in 1227. The Western Shan dynasty was defeated by the Mongolia army. The troops and citizens of the Western Shan dynasty suffered hellish casualty, and even their king was killed. So the Shaba and the Muya, all the Dongplan, they all run away. But the farmers go to the mainland of China, and the handlers, they go to the Tibetan area.
清朝高原是有众多的氏族之间都是同源异流，又是异源同流。各地的蒙娘和下边也不例外。氏族部落之间交流交种也是历史发展的规律。下边作为一个古老的氏族部落群体，其归属始终与东氏部落和蒙娘部落紧紧联系在一起。多次大的迁徙和分流都是同步的。我们将会对此进一步研究，梳理出 以往在历史长中下边人的时空迁徙流言。
The process of integration and communication of clans and tribes, communication with each other, is a law of the historic development. Shaba, as an ancient clan tribe, have always close associated with Dongbang tribe and the Buya tribe. And for the last, we will do further study on this and sort out the spectral and the temporal migration and origin of the Shaba in the long history. Thank you.
看到一部感觉很清楚。我们松潘这一代也有下边的大概3万多人。那么这个字典出来以后，我们大家都是对这种研究方面提供了非常多的这个方便。希望将来这方面有兴趣的翻译到四川松潘这一代的下边人进行共同研究。这个地方自称为下边人的话，有1500多年的历史。
When the Shaba dictionary has published, I'm very excited because it means I am a Shaba as well from the Sichuan. So if you guys are interested in this topic, you can go to our hometown to have a look. Thank you.
The religious and archaeological materials and Nepal, China, cultural relations.
I would like to thank to the organizers of this seminar for giving me the chance to share some ideas with you. Relations and assessment of art and archaeological findings. This paper mainly deals with the relationship of Nepal with China and beyond. Upon the findings of excavations and collected materials in the regions of Nepal. Here I have chosen the two parts. One is prehistoric and historic. To talk about the artifacts, we can get some of the prehistoric artifacts, which deals with the cultural link with the neighboring country. And another is historic artifacts, the myths of Manjushri, Lichivi arts, and Buddhist tantric influences. For prehistoric art, I have included the stone tools from the tools recovered from Burundian area of Nepal. And Professor Stetenko from Russia, he actually found these stone tools in 1978. And he also explained that the tools basically related to the specimen of Mongolia, China, and Russia. And he also dated the tools 30 million BC. The second is the cave art. The cave art which are distributed in the Gandaki corridor are the most important one. And we must have to include these materials, these findings into the stream of Nepal-China relationship or between the other countries as well. The caves are made in conglomerates, rocks, figures of animals, weapons, etc. on flat rock, engraving, arts are there on the flat stone, such as the Kagningma is the very much important in terms of findings the rock engraving style there. We can ascertain the time. Most of the scholars accepted this views that these findings are first millennium BC. And another site of the same range, because you know in the Gandaki corridors is the most important from the times of the very beginning, and it is known as the southern trade route. And this route is not only from the times of the writing of the business purposes, but it contains some of the settlement patterns of the priest from the priesthood time. The Chokopani is the most important, where we can get the funerary examples, and many mummified bodies are there. Interestingly, the scholars have just discovered many mummified bodies, not only the human, but the animals also. Why? Very interesting. No one can say exactly, but we can say that these peoples have, as scholars accepted, have some linkages with the Central Asian region. Central Asian regions means they might have migrated through Silk Road, ancient Silk Road. What I have, you see, presumed on this side. And the caves, as you see, on the wall of the semi-arid mountain, where we can see many walls, many caves over there. So these are most important, and these types of caves, as all accepted that they number more than 10,000. You see, very interesting. And also some mark of the hook mark and blue seals and some weapons carved on the room of the cave is also the unique one. nowhere we can see. Only some of the marks, such as blue sheep, we can see in the Central Asian region. The others, bookmark and cock mark and shaped mark are, I think, it is very unique. And why they do that work? It is very interesting. And we can date, most of these scholars dated them more prehistoric, from the times of the prehistoric period. And the ancient period, I have pointed some of the issues, research issues on Manjushri, Bodhisattva mythic history came from the Panchashri mountains of China. And Manjushri is the most important one, which link Nepal and China are very close. And we just from the Manjushri, we can ascertain our historical time. And even though it is very difficult to put the Manjushri in the historical context, because there is a story that Manjushri opened the Kathmandu lake, and then the Kathmandu in the settlement process. Swayambhu and the footprints of Manjushri is equally important, and so the time is not sufficient for me to be listed here. So marriage relations, and I must have to mention the marriage relations between Kuti and Songchon Lompo. The descriptions of the marriage relationship, Manikamu, the text, which is very much important and thought to be the composed by the Songchon Lompo himself, and it deals with the very interesting descriptions how the marriage relations was conducted at that time. Inspirations of Lichvi images in Tibet. After the marriage relationship with China, Nepal and China, then the relation of cultural relations of China was begun, and it is the beginning, I think. And from that period, Nepalese images, Nepalese sculptures were introduced there. Because Viputi herself also carried some images with her to introduce Buddhism there in Tibet. And before that time, it was the Buddhism was not there, as it is said. In spite of the Lichvi images in Tibet, from 7th to 13th century, there is a kind of competition to send the Lichvi images there, and the Tibetans also copied the Lichvi from Lichvi images to house, in order to house their monasteries. And scholars has argued that for the aesthetic purposes, for decorative purposes, for iconographical knowledge, Lichvi images were in demand. And another is the turning point is Padma's popularity in Buddhist tantric practice. Because Nepal always welcome the scholars from both sides, from China and from India as well. And they come here and practice their knowledge. Nepal was the land of practice, practicing the tantric activity, and then it will apply in China and Tibet and other regions. This was from that case, Nepal played a very vital role in order to contact with Tibetan region. And I have raised some of the caves from Pharping and Sakho, because they are just related with Padmasambhava, where Padmasambhava sit there and subdue the Dankini, the bad elements there. So it is very, these works are, we can get the story in the similar way in both cases. And the same things in Araniko's contributions to expanding the relationships with Tibet is another point which Araniko just built the Swet Chaitra over here, and it was completed in 1279 AD. And also not only the Chaitya but Tengwam's 10 and Sanpo 10 temples around the Swet were built. And also the carving designs of the monastery, there is the Ranjana script written, and people enchanted there from time to time. And almost 3 Buddhist Chaityas, 9 Buddhist viharas, and 2 temples and the palace were built by the Araniko, as it is said. And Vajrayogini of Sakho perhaps played a very vital role. And Vajrayogini is also called Vajradankini. Vajradankini is very much popular in Tibet. How it comes there and converted into the Yogini and mild facial goddesses. There in Tibet, it is very much first expression we can see. But here we can see her facial expressions in the mild expressions here. So similarly, Naga zone is associated with the Nagacha, which is near Vajrayogini. So these are my just you see brief. You see, it is an introductory part. In conclusions, thus the archaeological data remarkably shed a light in relationship of both countries on the central idea of reciprocity. Relations with Tibet was perhaps the starting point of religious and cultural contact. Likewise, the work of Araniko enhanced our cultural closeness. The mark of religious personalities in Nepalese land made the central point for practicing philosophical knowledge, as Nepal provided space for composing, translating, and practicing the tantric books and scriptures. All these components are notable for tightening the relationship of both countries. Moreover, the detailed study may certainly highlight about the cultural relationship of both countries in future. Thank you.
机会能够来到尼泊尔这个美丽的国度参加这次学术会议，我感到非常的荣幸。今天我想跟大家分享的题目是“一带一路”背景下中尼两国合作与展望。
I would like to thank this conference to give me this precious opportunity to come here, where is a very beautiful city, and today my topic is under the One Belt One Road and the cooperation and the wishes of our two countries, China and Nepal.
我的题目呢主要包括4个部分。第一个部分呢就是中尼两国交流与合作的深厚传统。第二呢是新时代中尼两国全面交流 与合作的方面。第三个就是中尼两国目前合作值得研究的问题。第四个就是对于未来双边合作的一个强化与展望。
As you can see, I have 4 parts to say. The first one is the communication and the deep friendship of our two countries. And second is fully communication cooperation in this new era. And third is some issue we need to talk about. And the last one is the wish and future of our two countries.
第一个部分呢，就是中尼两国具有交流与合作的深厚传统。中尼两国自古至今就具有良好的合作关系，非常多的杰出人物呢，为中尼友谊发展做出了重要的贡献。
China and Nepal have very deeply friendship relationship from the 1955, and when we make the department relationship.
在进入21世纪以后呢，双边的合作进一步的加强，两国关系呢进入到了新的发展阶段。
And after the new century, our cooperation has pushed forward in many ways, and our cooperation relationship has improved a lot.
进入新时代以后呢，中尼的合作得到了进一步的加强，双方呢在基础设施、扶贫等领域开展合作。
Yeah, begin to the new area under the One Belt, One Road, and the One Belt, One Road is recognized and supported by the Nepali. So our cooperation is much pushed forward.
新时代中尼两国全面的交流合作，第一个方面呢，就是双方的政治沟通比较高效，双方签署了“一带一路”的合作谅解备忘录。
And we make a lot of the politician deal, and the politician communication is more in efficiency, and we also make the memorandum of understanding, which is very important.
第二个呢，就是双方的基础设施合作得到了显著的加强，主要包括在口岸的开放、空中的联通以及跨境的通信光缆建设的方面，都得到了非常显著的加强。
And we enhance the cooperation of the foundation construction, like border and the airline and the communications technology.
第三呢，就是双边的贸易往来顺畅。2015年尼泊尔地震以后呢，双边的贸易得到了恢复性的增长，尼泊尔对华的出口呢显著的提速。第四就是资金融通比较便捷，在资金融通方面呢，中资的银行机构和尼泊尔当地的银行机构开展了广泛的交流与合作。目前呢，在尼境内的很多的自动取款机都可以用印有银联标志的卡来开展资金的存取业务。
And even our financial system have cooperated with each other. Like now, in Nepal, we can withdraw the Chinese bank's money.
第五个就是民生民心相通。在尼泊尔紧缺的人才方面，中国提供了扎实的人力资源培训以及学历学位培训项目。第六就是安全及军事合作巩固，包括中尼之间公安部、国防部以及军队之间的合作与互访，出现了非常明显的提升。
And the cooperation of security and the military cooperation is enhanced as well.
学术交流良好，两国学者之间积极开展学术交流和探讨实施对策等方面的一些互动。
Like today, our academic communication is going well.
中尼双方合作目前而言，值得研究的问题主要有：第一呢，就是党际互动的程度有限。
But we still have some issues on the current situation, like our two parties communication is relatively thin.
第二呢，就是中尼沟通互信仍需得到进一步的加强。
And our communication of trust maybe need to enhance in the future.
第三呢，我们也需要对南亚存在的不同的国家进行有针对性的专项国别研究。
And our two countries they should concentrate on the politicians this area.
第四就是双边合作的深度、模式以及贸易的规模需要进一步的得到拓展。
And the cooperation ways and the wise and the ways should be more deeper. And even like the trade factors, maybe we can do more.
第五呢，需要中尼共同构建一个良好的营商环境，为中尼的合作呢奠定良好的环境基础。
And we both countries need to build a nice place for enterprise to invest and doing business.
第四个主要谈一下中尼双方边合作关系的强化与未来展望。在这一部分呢，首先第一个就是在未来，中尼之间的党经互动合作将会进一步加强。
And the last part is wishes for our two countries. The first is I think our two parties will have more cooperation and communication.
第二就是中尼两国之间的政治互信会得到强化。
Second, I think the politician trust of two countries will enhance.
第三呢，就是在南亚这个地域之内，地缘政治之间的、国家之间的合作，双赢、多赢的局面将会逐渐的强化，或者越来越多。
And we can gradually see that in the North Asia, we can do a double wins, like two country wins situation.
第四呢，就是中尼自由贸易区建设将会结出硕果。目前中尼之间的框架呢，仅仅停留在谅解备忘录的层面。未来呢，可能围绕自由贸易区出现框架协议或者协定。
And I think the Chinese and the Libali free trade zone will make efforts.
第五就是中尼之间在良好的合作模式之上，可以保证中尼之间基础设施建设进一步的得到加强。
As under the reasonable cooperation, the Libali foundation construction will be enhanced, of course.
总之呢，在中尼建交63年以来，随着社会发展呢，中尼交流合作不断的得到强化、提升和加深。相信呢，随着中国和尼泊尔两国之间不断的努力呢，中尼关系或者经济合作必将达到一个更高的高度。
I think after the 63 years of our friendship, the China and the Libali cooperation will become to another high level.
这就是我的分享，谢谢大家。
That is my topic. Thank you.
Thank you for your sharing. We have heard speakers in this session, and we get a very comprehensive understanding of Nepal from the modern side and from historical side. So from modern side, we could know about people Sherpa people who is in the Nepal, and archaeological findings also we could have between the relation between Nepal and China. So all those four speakers, they share very strong four thinkings with us, and thank you them very much, and thank them very much. Sorry. I have several questions for them, partly because
one who is doing recording. So I would like to ask some questions to them. Firstly, I would like to remark about Professor Binot's progress software paper. Yes, actually, before I read this paper, and you talk about the modernization in Nepal, and actually, I think you mainly focus on the tourism, right? Tourism side. So, because before I also done some field work in Nepal, and for me, the influence from different traditions, they are always keep on changing. Like before, the Western tradition is more important for Nepali people. They have to make money from those people who from the West. And about 20 or 30 years before, they have to take care of their customers from Japan. And nowadays, they have a lot of customers who is from China. So actually, this kind of mechanism is keep on changing. They have to learn a lot of things from different civilization. Like they have to learn English, they have to learn Japanese. Now they go to Tsinghua University for learning Chinese. So this is a very interesting topic. But I'm wondering that whether this kind of influence or mechanism is limited in certain area, like Dabama or Tamil, or those seating area, or those certain ethnic groups like you mentioned, including Sherpa people in Solokungbu. So this is my question because I'm curious about this question. And Professor Benja, your study is also very interesting for me. And before, but my thinking is a little bit different from that view because you based on historical findings. Actually, as an anthropologist, we have a lot of academic studies on Sherpa people, right? Those scholars from the West, for example, Führer Hemdorf and Sherry Opna, or James Fisher, they have a lot of works about Sherpa people. So, so there is one question is that they find that the society of Sherpa people is dynamic. So those outsiders, they call Kamba, but in Sherpa society, Kamba is not those people from the eastern part of China. Kamba is just outside from every part of China, maybe from Andor or other places. So they have this kind of mechanism to take those outsiders from different areas of China into their own society. So my question is, maybe the migration route is not just a single route from Phnom to Solokungbu, but different places of China to Solokungbu or other places. And you didn't mention about the place they arrived in Nepal, you just say Sherpas in Nepal, so I'm wondering whether you are talking about those Sherpas in Solokungbu or other places. Okay, the third people is, the third speaker is Professor Dili Raj Sharma. Okay, this is also a lot of findings about the religious and archaeological materials on Nepal-China cultural relations. Yes, and we could say a variety of historical clues to the history of China and Nepal. But from my side, I have a very practical question, that is, how those influence happen. So, how those pictures, all those statues, all those kind of schools of paintings or statues, they came from Tibet, and this change happened. So, is it happened by by kind of political marriage, or by the businessmen and those Newa people who went to Lhasa? Or it's a very practical question. Another question is for Professor Bong Zhiwei. So actually, this is a very difficult question, but I'm very curious about this question. That is actually you talk about the modern aspect of China-Nepal relations. yes, the relation between two countries. And we have to face up to one very important problem, that is how to cooperate how to cooperate between China and Nepal. China and Nepal cooperate with each other under which condition? We got the support from Indian side. So how to get the support from Indian side and cooperate with Nepal. This is my question. Those are my questions, and I will. So you can ask separately, or we can take questions from our audience firstly. Anyone want to ask a question? Oh, please.
Professor Ben-Lia, Sherpa, thank you very much for very good enlightening me. My question goes to Professor Vinod Pokhare. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to confirm that our scholar calling saying indigenous people in Nepal it is not a scholarly declaration. It is a political declaration after the Maoist war. We say Maoist war here in the name of Chairman Mao. We have dangerous war in Nepal. So many tribes they used during the war. So after the ending of the war, they declare politically, you are indigenous, you are ethnic, you blah 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 blah. So our scholar have been trying to prove that first politically declared, then they are trying to prove the periphery. It is very opposite. Look at this professor you are talking about. Sherpa started coming Nepal after 15th century. But our professor, they have declared as indigenous people in Nepal. Why is the research so? This is the periphery. I would like to remind you, it is not scholarly done, because I am also a bit aware about anthropology. The second thing is, Prithviraj Saha, you are the greater founder of Nepal. He never hindered the civilization or anything, because why China stick on your visa issue? Why Japan is strict? Why other countries are strict? Because there is also sovereignty first. Prithviraj Saha, the founder of Nepal, you are strict on visa. During those days, in the name of trade, the French, the Portuguese, the British, they captured India. Even they were trying to capture Tibet. China. It's a matter of sovereignty, it's not a matter of, this ideology of state. Don't blame to Prithviraj Saha, he was a great man. He never hindered, because it's a matter. Please try to go back to your research again. The Jangabad was not the first person to reach United Kingdom or UK. There is another man already in research. Please do find the modernization. Prithviraj Saha did the modernization of Nepal. What happening now? Why don't you talk about your NGOs in Nepal? We spoil our culture, heritage, history, because Prithviraj Saha was up to the Rana period was preserved. Why Japan not teaching English in Japan now also? Why France not teaching English in France? Why China is very much careful of English language? Why they are controlling the visa? Because they want to control their culture, language, their tradition, their culture. Don't try to sell your culture. Why don't you talk about Christian NGOs? You are being provocated by NGOs in Nepal. This is wrong mentioning. I would like to disclose this thing. It's not realistic. Other thing, finally, the Rana ruler never went to read in university in abroad. This is wrong. It started after 1950. The first country was Russia. USSR had effort a lot in the enhancement of the education in Nepal. The initial, the curriculum, the scholars were born in USSR, gradually started in India and then the United States and the European country. Thank you very much.
from historical times, as is the case elsewhere. Nepal was known to its neighbors through travelers such as the Chinese traveler name is wrong, is Hunza. Hunza. But you written here, Hansa. Please correct all these ones. Thank you.
Dr. Lee, for your observation and comment. And this paper is, my paper is about the ethnicity and globalization. There is one discourse in anthropology of globalization. Globalization is a homogenizing process. Unlike that discourse, my paper says globalization is heterogenizing the people. And they make their identity through their cultural performance. However, such identity is made because of their interaction with the global process. That is the one. Another thing is other group, besides the ethnic group, other groups are equally influenced by the globalization. But my case is more focused on particular groups like the Kiranti group, Sakela. I am talking about the Sakela. Why Sakela is celebrated in Kathmandu theatre? Because it is the traditional ritual. It was celebrated in their hometown in the past, but which has a different meaning at that time. But they are celebrating for their solidarity and identity in the Kathmandu. And one, of course, there is the influence of the Chinese, or there is interaction between Chinese and Nepal also. And there is many schools have teaching the Chinese language at the same time. And there are more Chinese traders in Kathmandu and Tamil area and in other places also. But my scope of this study is related to how Nepalese people globalize with the Western culture and other in American culture. That is my thing. And Dr. Basniath, yes, history is always contested because some people say this thing and that thing, and we cannot disagree with you because one historian and other historians have not consensus in a particular issue. And but indigenous people, we have to follow not NGO, INGO. We have to follow our constitution and UN declaration. Generally, here in Nepal, we are saying that indigenous people are the people those who are settled pre-unification period. That is the things here. And thanks for your comments and our suggestion. That's not now.
Dr. Lee, yes, of course, the trade link, trade and pilgrimage link was there from the times of the very beginning through the route of Sampu. Sampu was the main center at that time. But when we say in Gandaki region, there is the practice of trade and pilgrims frequently, traders and pilgrims frequently come up and come down for their purposes to share the goods and some other practices. And but before that time or prehistoric time, it is very difficult. Even the scholars are not in the positions to conclude why the people come down here. Because we can in DNA practice the features of the people who live in the northern area was frequent there. And still scholars are not in conclusion why people come down there. to settle the case. Such a very difficult issues. So this is the questions is still not solved by all. Thank you.
下半部现在我们比较有证据的是，它第一站还是从这个今天甘孜州的这个北隅、沧州藏北、金日这个县是比较明确的但对它曾经是不是如果说呢，现在还没有这个依据我们只能是文化上、语言上的相近因为我们这个现在还缺乏资料。我们今后的研究是13、14、15、16世纪的国人的感情，就我们慢慢的梳理他们的这个前期的线路和时间，这个目前还是有点难度。而这次呢，主要是就他们到达的时间比较这个容易，因为这个路上恐怕是几个月甚至就是甘孜州那个就是个点，就这个点的东西带来少回这个目前难度比较大。
I want to answer the question. I think the cooperation between China and Nepal is a double win cooperation. Through the cooperation, China can get the benefit and enlarge the market and the influence of the brand. And Nepal maybe get more products to be chosen, and the infrastructure will be better. Yesterday, I asked the resident of Nepal that how much is the car, and he told me the car is not expensive, but it should have triple. That means 300% tax. So when you buy the car, you pay one price and three taxes. Yes. If China and Nepal have the cooperation and the car factory will build in Nepal and the car factory will be the car factory will make more cars for the Nepalian to choose, and the price of the car will down, will cheaper. So I think this is the benefit of the cooperation. It must be the double win, not only one country to get the benefit. Yeah. Thank you.
So we can communicate after this section. So during the break, and our professor Benja has answered, and they have answered those questions we mentioned. So we can talk during the break. Okay, thank you.
So we are going to analyze Nepal-China relation from multiple frames, multiple perspectives. So without delaying, I would like to invite my colleague, Associate Professor, Dr. Li Jingwei. You have 10 minutes time. You chaired earlier. So 15 minutes time. 15 minutes time. So don't mind, I will be very strict. And I know that intellectual and speakers should express or each voice within given time. So your time gets started. Please go.
Okay. My teachers, colleagues, and friends here, and my topic is on cross-border ethnic groups between China and Nepal from different aspects. So why should I say
like this, so why don't I focus on the topic? Actually, I've written a paper about this topic, but I found that it cannot solve the problem. It cannot answer the question I've raised. So I try to pick those other knowledge out and think about how to solve the question in the broader sense. So actually, Nepal is located in the central Himalayan area, and we could know that it is between China and India. And in China, we have a long history of ethnic group studies. We call it group studies. And in our tradition, we have a concept of Tibetan e-corridor. And this corridor, although it's very classic, and the history of it is not so long. So it can be traced to 1918. Professor Fei Xiaotong argued about the corridor in the western part of China. So if we center the counting as a center, we set it as a center, and we draw a corridor from the north and from the south, we can get a corridor. And in that corridor, we could find a lot of variety of different ethnic groups. And this corridor is between E ethnic group and the Tibetan people. So actually, not only Chinese scholars have such findings. So in the book, which was written by an Englishman whose name is H.R. Davis, so he wrote in the book the link between the Indian and Yangtze River. And in that book, he said Yunnan is like a chain between Indian and Yangtze River. So how about the link? I mean, the chain or the corridor? So we could see that in that picture. So where is the corridor? So why does it matters in the history of ethnic groups in Western China? We could say that the location is very interesting because now we are in Nepal, and this part of China is also very close to Nepal, right? And this chain, this corridor, yes, we could find a lot of rivers inside, and we could find Tibet province and Yunnan province on the different side of this corridor. So we have many scholars who have different arguments about this corridor. They make some arguments about those people who are living along the Tibetan e-corridor. So there is some arguments from Professor Li Xinxin. So he said that there is that corridor is a cultural belt. So in that cultural belt, we could find those people whose society is matriarchy, so which means those society dominated by females, or those people who eat pig skin, dried pig skin, or those people who keep yaks, or those people who believe in Bon, their religion, or they have typical type of a building, or when people were dead, so they will put them in the stone carving. And the most important thing is that they speak Tibetan Burman language. So why this is the most important thing? So later we can link this with Nepal and the Himalayas. So another view is from Professor Liu Xiaoming. That is the region, so we can find 6 rivers, and we could find a lot of different geographical regions, including plateau and valleys and hills. So along those valleys, we could find those natural ways for people they can migrate from one place to another place. As we could see in Nepal, in the central part of Himalayas, there are also many valleys. So people they can go through those valleys, so they can migrate. They can migrate from the northern part of the Himalayas to the southern part of the Himalayas. Another view, another argument is from Professor Shuo. So he argued that this is a marginal zone between different ethnic groups, large ethnic groups, between Han people and Tibetan people, between Yi people and Han people. So now we have known some arguments from Chinese academia. Let's take a look at another side. Because the Himalayas is a very complex society, so we need to take more attention to the different parts of the Himalayas. So I think many of us have some knowledge about the paintings of India. So it is an Indian miniature which was done about 200 years before. And about the topic is the war between the Pandava and Kaurava. So why I put this picture here? Actually, in this picture, we could not tell so many difference between people who are riding those elephants or horses. But in the epic poem Mahabharata, we could find a lot of clues about those tribes and small kingdoms along the Himalayas. For example, those tribes and small kingdoms, those are divided by Pandava, Panduputra, and those small kingdoms who gives to Yudhishthira. And in the volume of Bhishma Parva, we could also find a lot of tribes, those who came from the Himalayan area. So there is an example about Ekalavya. So even now we have several tribes in Nepal, also included in some tribes in India. They regarded him as the ancestor of them. So and because Eklavya was cheated by the Dara Acharya, so they refused to believe in Brahma. So we can have a lot of historical clues from the epic poems, and actually, so if we take a close look at those books and works which are done by those scholars from the West, we could also find a lot of findings done by those Western scholars. For example, Herbert Hope Risley in his book People of India. So he has a very interesting theory that is nasal index. Nasal index, what does this mean? So we can judge people from their nose. So whether people's nose is flat or prominent. So this tells about the race of that people. Okay, and there are still a lot of findings which was got by Friedrich Max Müller, but due to time limitation, we will talk it later. So let's return to the topic I'm going to talk about today. That is those people in Nepal and the people between Nepal and China. Actually, this is a very difficult title. Why? So because we have to deal with the different definition system between two countries. Actually, in China, we define ethnic groups. Sometimes we use Minzu, which is more political, and ethnic groups is more. For me, it is more loose. And so if we take a look at those concepts in Nepal and the Himalayas, we could find several categories of people. Firstly, we can take a look about Bodhya. And so literally speaking, I mean, if we just translated this Hindi or Nepali word into Tibetan, so we got the word Borba, which means Tibetan people. In Nepal we have Mustan Bot and Manan Bot, or in India they have Hulian. And those words are different. Like Mustan Bot maybe means that those people who from Mustan and who looks like Tibetan. And Korean people in India, they call those people from Tibet as Korean. And another category of those people we could see in the second part of this PPT. They are Guru, Sheba, Takali. Okay, Daman also included, but those names actually they are much more modern than those concepts we just mentioned. Because maybe 200 or 300 years ago, for example, Daman, during the period of Tribhuvan Bikram Shah and Prime Minister Bhim Shamsha Rana, they make 12 tribes of Mormon people become a Daman ethnic group. So those tribes, they have different histories and they have different relationship with the central government and other countries in this area, like sometimes they have very close relations with China. For example, those vultures along the Himalayan areas, so sometimes they have very close relationship with the Tibetans from the northern part of the Himalayas. Sometimes they will have this kind of a mutual friendship, which we can also find in different parts of Nepal between different castes of Nepalis. For example, Daman and Brahman, or etc. So in that case, we can find it not in Nepal, that is in Bhutan. So Bhutan people, they divide people into several categories: those who from Nepal and India, and those people who are local, and those people whose ancestor is from both sides, the northern side and the southern side. So it can give us some clues to think about the ethnicity of the Himalayas. So then I am going to talk about some preliminary conclusions and more questions. So how about those people between China and Nepal? We could find they have some common keywords. A lot of them, they are Mongoloid and they share the language, although they cannot talk to each other. But most of them, the language close to the Tibetan Burmese language. And a lot of them, they have flat nose. And if we make some preliminary categories, we could find at Bhotia, those people from the northern part of Himalayas, and who is more like Tibetan. And Kirat people, so there are some oral histories about Kirat people. It is said that they come from the eastern part of Nepal and more eastern part of Nepal. So it is possible that they came here through the Tibetan corridor and they came to Nepal. And another example is another category is about Newar. Actually, they have a very long history of selling in Lhasa or other cities in Tibet, in China, especially in Tibetan region. So this is kind of another category which can illustrate the relations between China and Nepal. Those people whose structure, can I say structure? Those people live from different race, but they have very stable relations between their own group and those people in Tibet. So we for further thinking, I think I have a lot of questions, more questions, and I think the central questions maybe is how to link our knowledge system with the central Himalayas. Like for us in China, we have a lot of studies and a lot of scholars who are focusing on the Tibetan corridor, and a lot of works have been done. But now we cannot see very clear collection or link between the two knowledge systems, I mean between Tibetan corridor and the central Himalayas. And that since it's about the Sanskrit versus Chinese. So when those Tibetan people or Mongoloid people or Tibetan Burmese language speaking people, they came to who face up to the civilization of Sanskrit. So Sanskritization, which was first argued by the Indian sociology eminence Sridharivas. So those people who came to the Himalayas, they would, sometimes, or in many cases, they would become more like Hindu. And we could also see some clues about Chineseization in this area, but not so strong as Sanskritization. Okay, I think my time is finished, and thank you for listening.
Yes, retired General Dr. Prem Singh Basant. He's very well trained in the Nepal Army, so I hope within 15 minutes he will also complete his presentation. Thank you very much.
Namaste, ni hao. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let we know about our countries. First, what is your China? What is my Nepal? Listen, my Nepal is very old country. It has been existed in 11th, hierarchy in the globe. It is in the internet, you could get it. And Nepal was very big before 200 years ago. We had kingdom from Sikkim to almost to the Kashmir. We had the geography up to Kukulhan of Tibet. Some part of Tibet, even the Sumer Parvat, it calls Kailas. Once upon a time it was Nepal. If you talk about the southern side, it was very far. So, fortunately, unfortunately, we are binded within this geography because of the war with the British. Also, Chinese scholars, I would like to remind you, the Britishers, the Westerners tried to capture Tibet, then Beijing. In the history, we fought war against the British in 1767. They wanted to get access via Sinduli to Lhasa to Peking. This fact has been written by Henry Kissinger and China few years ago, so that we saved China, we saved Tibet. It has been proven. You may not know our history. The other thing is, yes, Nepal, we were privileged by China, Tibet and Mongolia. The major factor of trade and transit since our history, since 612, we have been involved with Silk Road, and we had the trade of wool, gold and salt. Three things were the major, then after tea. So we used to bought from Mongolia, China and Tibet and sold to Calcutta, via Calcutta, Banaras to the Western countries. So our temples were gold. My kingdom were very rich at that time because of the trade with China and Tibet. Also, we Nepali people, 100% we know China, Chinese people, but very few people Chinese, they know Nepal and Nepalese. You have to read about Nepalese history. You have to know about Nepal. I have frequently visited China. Very few among 500, maybe 10 people know where is Nepal, who are Nepalese. So sometimes that hurts me. What is China? Gentlemen, your Sun Tzu, he was the strategist of war, modern warfare. He was the father of modern warfare, military strategy. That is from China. You were the scientist before the Westerners. You discovered the gunpowder, you discovered the paper, you discovered the tea, you discovered the compass and many things, even the umbrellas. That is your civilization. The old is applied with your civilization. you know yourself. The most important thing, your culture, your king, your emperor never invaded beyond your border. They never came out from your border to attack other country. They respect your neighbors. They always respect the people. So always your people, they came with the trade. Silk Road to BRI. You have got the same culture, same your standard, same attitude. Because it is your culture. I taught you. You have been grown up from that culture. Even present day, you are not talking about gun and bullet against any countries. Yes, I know that. You are very strong to save your country. The next important thing, you are the emperor of drinking water. Water, the Tibetan plateau. You control the water of South Asia. You control the water of Southeast Asia. That is your power. Your Brahmaputra and many rivers are there. That is your power. The last thing I would like to mention is your discipline. Your human right. I know you have a human right with your duties. I have seen the Chinese people. They have a right and a duty both. So you have balance. The Westerners say China doesn't have human right. Yes, you have. We people have only rights, not the duties. So my country is like in this condition. I have seen the China. I again repeat, you have the human right and human duties. So that you have been developed. So this is your pride. So saying this, I would like to jump upon my presentation. So I have very limitation of the time. I have slightly changed my theme. We have got very long history. We are talking about the Manjushri. We are talking about the Nemuni. Even the Nepal named after the Nemuni, who are the Chinese scholar at that time. We don't have exact the reason why Nepal named after, but one of the reasons it was Nemuni, and Nepal was named after Chinese scholar Nemuni. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we have barrier of the Himalayas, very rocky mountain, even though we have got the pilgrim tree, the religious religion, and many things, trade and transit. I talked before already, BRI is not the new phenomenon. It is the incarnation of Silk Road era. It is just renamed it. At that time there was no motor road, but there was some sea roads and sea means. So that we were involved documentation I found is 612 AD. We have started connection with Silk Road. The name Tea Horse Road. It was via Sichuan, Tibet, Nepal, then southern side, outcome later on. So many scholars from China, Tibet, they visited via Nepal. Even many Westerners, they visited via Brahmaputra to Beijing, then Tibet, then they returned back via Nepal to India. So many French scholars, British scholars, Western scholars, Capuchin Padris, they have described about the Nepal, our history, our culture. The first time, your scholar, Winsan, he had described the measurement of geography of Nepal, 4,000 square league. At that time, it was around 306 today. He described first time 400 league square. The geography of Nepal. It was a Chinese color. So we were not a small country at that time also. We were a big country. I mention about Tihasur, ladies and gentlemen, you Chinese scholars, you should know about it. You try to get it. You just like you don't speak about VRI. What happened during the history? Look at, there are 2 roads. You could look at there. From Sichuan, then 2 road comes via Nepal to the Calcutta, Banaras, the Sri Lanka's airport, then it used to go to Western countries. So, especially gold. So that the Britishers, the French were able to come to Tibet, then China, to control the gold mines. But Nepal stopped them 50 years. So you were saved at that time also, for 50 years. When we lost the battle with the British, then the Britishers crossed the Himalayan from Bhutan. Then they went to Tibet. Finally they crossed to China. Because we lost the battle, we lost the war. So that was misfortunate battle for us. I told that to China and Tibet. This is the reality. Yes, we are talking about King Samsung Gampo of Tibet. Yes, he was very powerful. Really, he was powerful. He controlled some part of present China also. You are really fighters. I read the history. So that Nepalese literary king, they managed to get married with him, his daughter, Rekuti, with a Tibetan king. It is for the sovereignty, you know, to protect Nepal. It's a direct divergent interest. Now our Nepalese scholar claim to Janga Bahadur, Prithviraj Saha, and many more, but they don't know the history. They don't know the national pride of sovereignty. You have got China, I have got Nepal. How it was formulated? Just you are looking for the present day. So that period also, those literary king, they married their daughter to Samsung Gampo, and the good thing was, she enhanced the Buddhist religion to Tibet, finally to China. I don't know it was via Sri Lanka, Bangla, or what. I have read it. It was first time from Tibet to Peking. So, Rikuti was the icon for Nepal, China, Nepal Tibet relation. The next was the Balbahau, Arniko, whatever you say. He was the architect. He built several of monasteries because Tibetan king who wanted to get some monastery like in Nepal. So he asked some people from Nepal. So from Patan, almost 80 people led by Arniko, they went to Tibet and they constructed several Dumbas monasteries. Finally, your king, he knew about it. They wanted Arniko to be in Peking. Finally, he started building, constructing several monasteries in Peking, which is still existing, you know that. So, we had war also, Tibet. It was the monetary cause. First time it was war in Tibet. Second time it was war in Tibet initially, then China came to join it. So it calls Nepal, Tibet, China war. Finally, we had war with Tibet, against Tibet. So, 3 times. I could say it is a Nepalese cause. If frankly speaking, Nepalese forcefully, they mediated in some reason I could say. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand the Chinese scholars. We have the treaty in 2 October 1792, look at the red mark points. Your emperor was our guardian at that time. It has been written in Tibetan language, Chinese language, Urdu language, and Nepalese language. I have found several documents in Jaisipota. But look at this thing. Bhutan, Tibet and Nepal, in the case, and in case of some attack against Nepalese sovereignty would be the concern of Chinese emperor at that time. But during the war with British in 1814 to 16, we made a request to Chinese emperor. They ignored it, so that after that day, the Nepalese sympathy, belief started falling down towards Chinese emperor, their diplomacy. Today also, we respect Chinese scholars, Chinese people. Look at the China. Read the history between Nepal and China, Tibet and Nepal. We never had betray, never had physical confrontation from geography. So that finally, I don't have time, I have a lot of pictures here. This is the formal visit after democracy in Nepal. It was the first democratic prime minister of Nepal to, Chao Enlai visited Nepal. In 1960, Chairman Mao, our king Mahendra, he was in Beijing in 61. And we had a lot of agreement in 1961. Our delegation and Chinese delegation, they had signed. We had declared about, including Mount Everest. We had dispute about the Mount Everest also. So it was the final declaration. I'm coming at the end. It was King Birendra with your president. It was the King Birendra with your president. It was our first republic president with your presidency. It was the signing ceremony of BRI with Nepalese government, formal, just a few months ago. So, days to come, I have so many suggestions. Please try to get from here. You try to know about Nepal. You scholars, you try to visit our remote area. You go there for study. As I can say, not only in Kathmandu, not only in Pokhara. American scholars, they have been visited in the field. They know our problem. Even Indian other scholars, why don't you go there? There is our agriculture there, our forestry there, for many things. We expect from you, your technology. I have seen your China, how fast you have grown up in the development, because you have got human rights and human duty. So you are in this condition. Thank you very much, Sase. Namaste, ni hao. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let we know about our countries. First, what is your China? What is my Nepal? Listen, my Nepal is very old country. It has been existed in 11th, hierarchy in the globe. It is in the internet, you could get it. And Nepal was very big before 200 years ago. We had kingdom from Sikkim to almost to the Kashmir. We had the geography up to Kukurghar of Tibet. Some part of Tibet, even the Sumer Parvat, it calls Kailas. Once upon a time it was Nepal. If you talk about the southern side, it was very far. So, fortunately, unfortunately, we are binded within this geography because of the war with the British. Also, Chinese scholars, I would like to remind you, the Britishers, the Westerners, tried they made in Peking. In the history, we fought war against the British in 1767. They wanted to get access via Sindhuli to Lhasa to Peking. This fact has been written by Henry Kissinger and China few years ago, so that we saved China, we saved Tibet. It has been proven. You may not know our history. The other thing is, yes, Nepal, we were privileged by China, Tibet and Mongolia. The major factor of the trade and transit since our history, since 612, we have been involved with Silk Road, and we had the trade of wool, gold and salt. Three things were the major, then after tea. So we used to bought from Mongolia, China and Tibet and sold to Calcutta, via Calcutta, Banaras to the Western countries. So our temples were gold. My kingdom were very rich at that time because of the trade with China and Tibet. Also, we Nepali people, 100% we know China, Chinese people, but very few people Chinese, they know Nepal and Nepalese. You have to read about Nepalese history. You have to know about Nepal. I have frequently visited China. Very few among 500, maybe 10 people know where is Nepal, who are Nepalese. So sometimes that hurts me. What is China? Gentlemen, your Sun Tzu, he was the strategist of war, modern warfare. He was the father of modern warfare, military strategy. That is from China. You were the scientist before the Westerners. You discovered the gunpowder, you discovered the paper, you discovered the tea, you discovered the compass and many things, even the umbrellas. That is your civilization. The old is applied with your civilization. You know yourself. The most important thing, your culture, your king, your emperor never invaded beyond your border. They never came out from your border to attack other country. They respect your neighbors. They always respect the people. So always your people, they came with the trade. Silk Road to BRI. You have got the same culture, same your standard, same attitude. Because it is your culture. I taught you. You have been grown up from that culture. Even present day, you are not talking about gun and bullet against any countries. Yes, I know that. You are very strong to save your country. The next important thing, you are the emperor of drinking water. Water, the Tibetan plateau. You control the water of South Asia. You control the water of Southeast Asia. That is your power. Your Brahmaputra and many rivers are there. That is your power. The last thing I would like to mention is your discipline. Your human right. I know you have a human right with your duties. I have seen the Chinese people. They have a right and a duty both. So you have balance. The Westerners say China doesn't have human right. Yes, you have. We people have only rights, not the duties. So my country is like in this condition. I have seen the China. I again repeat, you have got human right and human duties. So that you have been developed. So this is your pride. So saying this, I would like to jump upon my presentation. So I have very limitation of the time. I have slightly changed my theme. We have got very long Nemuni, who was the Chinese scholar at that time. We don't have exact the region why Nepal named after, but one of the regions it was Nemuni, and Nepal was named after Chinese scholar Nemuni. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we have barrier of the Himalayas, very rocky mountain, even though we have got the pilgrim tree, the religious religion, and many things, trade and transit. I talked before already. BRI is not the new phenomenon. It is the incarnation of Silk Road era. It is just renamed it. At that time there was no motor road, but there was some sea roads and sea means. So that we were involved documentation I found is 612 AD. We have started connection with Silk Road. The name Tea Horse Road. It was via Sichuan, Tibet, Nepal, then southern side, outcome later on. So many scholars from China, Tibet, they visited via Nepal. Even many Westerners, they visited via Brahmaputra to Beijing, then Tibet, then they returned back via Nepal to India. So many French scholars, British scholars, Western scholars, Capuchin Padris, they have described about the Nepal, our history, our culture. The first time, your scholar, Winsan, he had described the measurement of geography of Nepal, 4,000 square league. At that time, it was around 306 to 10. He described first time 400 league square. The geography of Nepal, it was a Chinese scholar. So, we were not a small country at that time also. We were a big country. I mention about Tea Horse Road, ladies and gentlemen, you Chinese scholars, you should know about it. You try to get it. You just like don't speak about VRI. What happened in the history? Look at, there are two roads. You could look at there. From Sichuan, then two road comes via Nepal to the Calcutta, Banaras, the Sri Lanka's airport, then it used to go to Western countries. So, especially gold. So that the Britishers, the French were leered to come to Tibet, then China, to control the gold mines. But Nepal stopped them 50 years. So you were saved at that time also, for 50 years. When we lost the battle with the British, then the Britishers crossed the Himalayan from Bhutan. Then they went to Tibet. Finally they crossed to China. Because we lost the battle, we lost the war. So that was misfortunate battle for us. I told that to China and Tibet. This is the reality. Yes, we are talking about King Samsung Gampo of Tibet. Yes, he was very powerful. Really, he was powerful. He controlled some part of present China also. You were really fighters. I read the history. So that Nepalese literary king, they managed to get married with him, his daughter, Rekuti, with the Tibetan king. It is for the sovereignty, to protect Nepal. It's a direct, that was the interest. Now our Nepalese scholar claim to Janga Bahadur, Prithviraj Saha, and many more. But but they don't know the history. They don't know the national pride of sovereignty. You have got China, I have got Nepal. How it was formulated? Just you are looking for the present day. So that period also, those Lichvi king, they married their daughter to Surangchung Gampo, and the good thing was, she enhanced the Buddhist religion to Tibet, finally to China. I don't know it was via Sri Lanka, blah blah, or what. I have read it. It was first time from Tibet to Peking. So, Brikuti was the icon for Nepal, China, Nepal Tibet relation. The next was the Balbahau, Araniko, whatever you say. He was the architect. He built several of monasteries because Tibetan king he wanted to get some monastery like in Nepal. So he asked some people from Nepal. So from Patan, almost 80 people led by Araniko, they went to Tibet and they constructed several Gumbas, monasteries. Finally, your king, he knew about it. They wanted Araniko to be in Peking. Finally, he started building, constructing several monasteries in Peking, which is still existing, you know that. So, we had war also, Tibet. It was the monetary cause. First time it was war with Tibet. Second time it was war with Tibet initially, then China came to join it. So it calls Nepal, Tibet, China war. Finally we had war with Tibet, against Tibet. So 3 times. I could say it is a Nepalese cause. If frankly speaking, Nepalese forcefully they invaded it. In some reason I could say, ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand the Chinese scholars. We had the treaty in 2 October 1792. Look at the red mark points. Your emperor was our guardian at that time. It has been written in Tibetan language, Chinese language, Urdu language and Nepalese language. I have found several documents in Jaisipota. But look at this thing. Bhutan, Tibet and Nepal in the case, and in case of some attack against Nepalese sovereignty would be the concern of Chinese emperor at that time. But during the war with British in 1814 to 16, we made a request to Chinese emperor. They ignored it. So that after that day, the Nepalese sympathy, belief started falling down towards Chinese emperor, their diplomacy. Today also, we respect Chinese scholars, Chinese people. Look at the China. Read the history between Nepal and China, Tibet and Nepal. We never had betrayal, never had physical confrontation from geography. So that finally, I don't have time, I have a lot of pictures here. This is the formal visit after democracy in Nepal. It was the first democratic prime minister of Nepal to, Chawla, he visited Nepal. In 1960, Chairman Mao, our king Mahendra, he was in Beijing in 61. And we had a lot of agreement in 1961. Our delegation and Chinese delegation, they had signed. We had declared about, including Mount Everest. We had dispute about the Mount Everest also. So it was the final declaration. I'm coming at the end. It was King Birendra with your president. It was the King Birendra with your president. it was our first Republic president with your presidency. It was the signing ceremony of BRI with Nepalese government, formal, just a few months ago. So, days to come, I have so many suggestions. Please try to get from here. You try to know about Nepal. You scholars, you try to visit our remote area. You go there for study. As I can say, not only in Kathmandu, not only in Pokhara. American scholars, they have been visited in the field. They know our problem. Even Indian other scholars, why don't you go there? There is our agriculture there, our forestry there, for many things. We are expecting from you, your technology. I have seen your China, how fast you have grown up in the development, because you have got human rights and human duty. So you are in this condition. Thank you very much, Sir.
January. The topic is the public choice and Sino-Nepal cooperation in climate adaptation, the global governance perspective, religious psychology, and the public choice. We do follow the same rule. You do have 15 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will show you some notice. Thank you.
It's my great honor to be here. And I would like to extend my great thanks to Dr. Cao Guofeng, and also many thanks to Professor Wang and all my colleagues who made so great effort on this event. And today my topic is about religion psychology. Yes, it is quite new for me, but maybe it is quite familiar for some of you. However, I want to take this challenge. Yes, which made me so curious is that how it is, religion psychology matters to the global climate mitigation and public choice. My case is the Tibetan Buddhism in Trans-Himalayan regions. Please let me tell a storyline in 4 parts. Yeah, they are the changes, the difference, and common ground and cooperation and embedded policies. Decades ago, I was a little kid in southeast town, China, and when I stepped into a river, a small river between 2 hills, what happened? Can you imagine? Who can figure out what happened when I stepped into the small river? Who knows? Oh, let me tell you. Yeah, when I stepped into the small river, and yeah, I can find different kinds of fishes came around me. They are so naughty, and they swimming and slipped very quickly through my ankles. And when I put my hands into the river deeply, and they are very, very naughty, and they go and forth, and in between, run away, go and forth, in between my fingers. Also, I also played chase game with them. Chase them left and right, go and forth. I can feel the very, very beautiful, close, amiable touch with them. It is tender, it is small, it's smooth and soft. Yeah, this beautiful memorized, kept in my mind all the time. And 10 years ago, when I came back, the same town, the same hills, the same river, but my fingers were gone. I was upset, of course, and also the hills almost bailed, and fishes were gone, and so the water is polluted and shallow. I was so curious. I want to find out, is that change happened everywhere or just one place? With this question, I visited the place one by one, and the answer, unfortunately,
it is yes, it happened almost every month until last year I went to a very, very remote place in North Himalayan region. It makes different. Yeah, the picture at the left side, in your left side, it is in Southeast, and in the right, your upper right is the picture I took in that remote place called Tonkin. Actually, it is a video, you can enjoy that. Oops. Okay, it is not like my fishes. I can't move. Yeah, it is about fish migration. When I came to Tarkan River last summer, and it was so amazing that all the fish clouded here and there along the river, and their skin shining with the splashes of the river and in the sunlight. And sometimes suddenly some wild animals caught your eyesight suddenly. Wow, it's amazing. And I have another question. Is this difference, how does this difference happen? With this question, I made a very deep interview, one by one household, one after another and after another, and then I was told time and time again and again that the answer is Tibetan Buddhism matters. Yes, it is right. This morning, Dr. Gombo said that Tibetan Buddhism plays a so important role in the relationship between China and Nepal. But now I would like to say that Tibetan Buddhism plays so important role in the climate protection and biodiversity conservation. Yeah, the answer is yes. According to Tibetan Buddhism, the psychology, almost all the psychology of the resident in this area, all the nature creatures is sacred, and include mountains, hills, water, and wild animals, even plants. They are sacred. You can't do harm to them or kill them. If people is killing a wild animal, yeah, perhaps he is killing himself in the next turn, according to the sixth Symposium. I will ask Ben Jiang. Yeah, am I right about the sixth Symposium? Maybe he is killing himself in the next turn. Wow, that makes me very surprised. So I have another question. The question is that is this religious psychology just only existed in my time king place, or it also existed in other places? Yeah, the answer, luckily again, yes, it not only happens in time king, it is very popular in many places, especially in Himalayan areas. So it is they have common ground in these areas. I summarized it into 4 categories. The first is mountain. Both North Himalaya and South Himalaya, they hold that the mountains are sacred, should not be smelled. We should pray for that. And for what? Rivers, it also sacred, and could not polluted. Even wash hands in a river. And trees, sacred too. They should be respected, could not be cut or cost. And wild animals, yeah, according to 6, they have 6 Symposium, no killing. Wow, that's great, I love that. And not only they have common ground of Tibetan Buddhism religion psychology, and also Tibetan Buddhist psychology have some common ground within the different concepts and global goals. There we can see this chart. Also, we take mountains, water, rivers, trees, wild plants, wild animals. Yeah, within the different concepts and goals, religion psychology of Tibetan Buddhism, UN SDG goals. Yeah, sometimes we say 5P and shared future for mankind. Yeah, we can find so much in common, ground. And yeah, this is our key points. So with this strong foundation, we need a cooperation and public policies. I mean that religion psychology and indigenous knowledge should be seriously taken into the consideration when we form global governance or domestic policy. The cooperation, I mean official and non-official cooperation, yeah, we can add Professor Xing Guangchang, they explained that Belt and Road Initiative. Yes, it is quite important. I think we can take this framework. And also our cooperation can between China and Nepal. Oh, thank you. My thumbs up. Okay. And yeah, we should take the policy making and from local level to national level and to global level, and both in vertical and both in horizontal dimensions. So our goal is to share future for mankind to achieve our 5P of SDG goals. Okay, we need a global responsibilities. Yeah, I think better late than never. Yeah, we also know that. And I remember John Frederick Kennedy have said, don't ask what our country can do for us, but ask what we can do for our country. But here I would like to say, don't ask what our planet can provide for us, but ask what we can do for our planet. Thank you.
We are indebted to you. Now we have next speaker, my colleague from Himalayan, Manrada Competition. I would like to invite you, as well as you need to follow our rule. I'm not repeating it.
I'm very much thankful to the organizer of the third symposium on Himalayan studies. This is an ample opportunity to introduce my work to all of you. My title of my paper is Dynamics of Trans-Himalayan Economic Cooperation and Ecological Analysis of Trade and Cultural Relationships between China, Tibet and Upper Mustang, Nepal. Here, I'd like to clear that this is a very big topic, and I have worked a little, so that's why I'm begging the pardon for this ambition of myself to work on this topic. And this paper is based on some data which I collected during my fieldwork for my PhD from Upper Mustang. And also I had the opportunity to visit part of this border trade and seasonal trade in Tibet, and I was allowed that. I'm thankful for them and the authorities of China government over there, and it was very successful also, so I also there organized. But mostly this paper is based on also secondary sources, and my framework, I have used a framework to analyze or writing this paper, structure the paper like I said, economic cooperation, which is built on, there are many other aspects which I have not been able to incorporate them, but I start with the salt and grain trade and pastoralism, seasonal trade fair which is taking place several times, support in energy development, school support for quality education, exchange of religious ideas, annual humanitarian support to local people, and support in peace and prosperity to up to two countries and also the people of uppermost and lower. So this is my approach. What I covered in the paper. The Loba people and geographical setting. The Loba are called southern people. Also, these Loba are settled in particular region called Lochudan, and they were mostly migrated from China. There are like Dongha, Sigase, Lhasa, Kuti, Guge, Furan, and even Kham. I got this information from a historian, this Ramesh Dungel. He has documented, so I just take it as a granted here. And also the king, and the Amipal, he was ruling there. We established the kingdom of Lo, who declared independent in 1440. So that is also come from this data. And the structure of the people, how they are structured in Lo, they are basically Kutak, they are visitors, and also the ruling class, the king are also called Kutak, and followers, the groom, like they are told now they have got a title, sword and groom, but now they would like to say that Loa, not the groom. And also they give Hara. They call this Semba, they are different occupational caste like this Dalit of this Middle Hill, but they are not similar kind. And also another group is called Drokpa. They are nomadic people and they are pastoralists and act and sheep and goat they raise. And they have a good relation with other people in Low region and also good relation to China Tibet. And how we understand or understand the Loba and what are the cultural identity? They are Tibetan Buddhism, Sakyepa is mostly they're known as Sakyepa dominant sect, and also Dongpa is like they have a household economy. They are indivisible in the sense that property, parental property cannot be divided among the brothers, and they also have a practice of Rene Yapkin, that is a rotational power, benefit, and responsibility sharing. And also in the past they had a fraternal polyandry, and they follow also tensi ritual, which is related with what you call season, agriculture and prosperity, and also fertility related ritual. And also Sakaluka is the one which ritual begins the agriculture activity in Low region, and is women plow the land first, and then the men take over. Okay, this is something which I like to show you the setting. This is the Lomantan, and this is I like to give you some impression of land. How this is a Trans-Himalayan region, and also there are no trees. This is very dry, and they have to practice pastoralism and other things. And I focus in this I focus about the town, where it is walled city and many monument, this cultural heritage of this. You see the red colored buildings are very old gumba and very well built, advice about some impacts with construction materials, architect, and other things. So that is very important for you to look at there. But how this this town built up is not because only the people were very laborers, but also because of, I said that it is because of the relation with the China-Tibet and the trade which was practiced in the time, it's very long time. I don't know how long it is. This is the, I wanted to give the message on. This is the ingredients of prosperity of Loba because of the relations with China. So one other thing, this is a map which is found in also the mark. There is one mark here. That is from there. It is a Mustang district, but the mark which I placed there, that is starting the Upper Mustang, and which is a rain shadow and Trans-Himalayan area which is behind Mount Dhaulagiri, also Nilgiri and Nukona. So this is a thing. So it's quite big area, but there are now, there are only two municipalities, these rural municipalities there. One is Homantang and another one is Dola. They are there, and those are called low region. Yeah, and previously there were 7 or 6 because half of this one BDC was part of the Upper Mustang. It is also geographically and culturally defined boundary. Okay, and this is the settlement sites are there are from 2,950 to about 4,000 meters above sea level. That's quite high up. And it is quite big area, 2,565 square kilometer, and also rain shadow, and the average annual rainfall, which I calculated also, 175 mm per annum, and also the population is very sparse or very, the settlement are on the, this, what you call, route of trade, just 1 day walking distance. All the time, this is related to, I argue that these settlements were built because of the trade and because to stay there and comfort for the traders and these things. So that was the thing. And also total population is very small, and then also I take this quotation from Vista, or some idea from Vista that this is very long and deep relationship, not from the state side, also from the people's side. People's side relationship was much deeper and wider, and that affect to the people of Loba also, and which is not documented, and it is very valuable to us. And Upreti has said that there were 24 passes to China, the China-Tibet, to go for trade. And this is also another thing is like Sorongzong Gompo marriage to Bilkuti. This is another thing, and how Huyen Sang described about Nepal, which is already described, and I try to focus on what is the economy of Lo and of people from Upper Mustang. Basically, they are agriculturists, pastoralists, and now what we call handicraft. But their handicraft were based on woolen material. And they have a seasonal trade in Nepal and India. Bananas sweat trade is very much branded thing. And also since 1992, the control and high-yielding types of tourism is practiced, and labor migration is another thing which is a very prosperous country like Europe, America, Japan, Korea, and also they some people are engaged in government office and also NGO. And Trans-Himalayan trade and Loba, and trade is complex connectivity of cultural, religious, and social ecological system. This is my main point to tell you that. And this mountain people, many different people are from Nepal. They practice this Trans-Himalayan trade, and the material were like grains, and also carpets, this, tobacco, and these things, and also import items were basically livestock products, and also tea meat. Yeah? And then now has been continued, but different way, And in the past, barter system was medium of exchange, and they were using caravan, and they rely mostly on their own product. Now that this changes has taken place, that is the time which was given to contract to the salt trade to the Thakali people by the government, and then later on also, but until 1972 there was a rock salt trade from Tibet to on the barter system in Nepali hill region of mid-western Nepal. And this trade circulation means transportation good has changed. This mechanical implements like now truck, tractors are used for transportation, and another thing is that I showed this picture. This is by Tony Hagen. He has given this figure that there was very good trade link from China, Tibet, and also from down, which was changed. This is a system, and this is the seasonal trade in China, Tibet, which I took part. I think you will see more picture in the paper than I show here. And these are the Loba people who were carrying their material from China, and new import trade, because Kerala, they want to make Kerala as a import. So just and the people, Loba people, had access to the pasture in the past, but also Chinese government have supported to school buildings, and also solar and laptops, you see there. And also the solar, 72 kilowatt solar was given to the local people. And this religion, many people refer about this Padmasambhava, who built the Samle Gumba in Tibet. Before that, he suggested to build the Gekar Gumba. This is the oldest one before then Tibet. So this is the very ancient in a way that this was built first in Upper Mustang, then in Tibet. So, and also there was some kind of war with the Khumpa, and something I said that was a little bit negative impact to the Loba people, because they had a lot of impact on their economy, because tourism can only introduced in 1992, still was controlled, and that has a lot of negative consequences. And I would like to conclude that Loba people that are directly associated with the relationship with the people of China in several aspects, the relationship is deep rooted and difficult to explore, to quite accurately demands more systematic engagement with the local people. The salt and grain trade was the most crucial, which had a mutual benefit for the people of both countries. The trade is much important due to ecological conditions and still continue even in the form of seasonal trade in China. China-Tibet border area. Loba people of Bindaki province due that prosperity with the new import via Kaligate river basin, which is called many development activities are implemented to maintain advanced historical, cultural, and economic relation to low region. Chinese government has been supported for modernizing the education with modern communication technology, laptops were granted. The high school children of social solar energy development in Lomantan annual distribution of foodstuff from Chinese government to the Loba people of Mustang Nepal. So the ecological setting of Loba of Trans-Himalayan inhabited with similar language, culture, religion, livelihood, economy has a great benefit to occupy the monopoly in the needs. The Loba people are for unity, peace and prosperity of the people of China, similar spirit of development whole toward the Loba and Nepali people as a whole from people's government of China. This is my presentation. Thank you. Many thanks for your kind attention. Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm very much thankful to the organizer of the third symposium on Himalayan studies. This is an ample opportunity to introduce my work to all of you. My title of my paper is Dynamics of Trans-Himalayan Economic Cooperation and Ecological Analysis of Trade and Cultural Relationships between China, Tibet and Upper Mustang, Nepal. Here, I'd like to clear that this is a very big topic and I have worked a little, so that's why I'm beginning the part for this ambition of myself to work on this topic. And this paper is based on some data which I collected during my fieldwork for my PhD from Upper Mustang. And also I had the opportunity to visit part of this border trade and seasonal trade in Tibet, and I was allowed that. I'm thankful for them and the authorities of China government over there, and it was very successful also, so I also there organized. But mostly this paper is based on also secondary sources, and my framework, I have used a framework to analyze or writing this paper, structure the paper like I said economic cooperation, which is built on, there are many other aspects which I have not been able to incorporate them, but I start with the salt and grain trade and pastoralism, seasonal trade here which is taking place several times, support in energy development, school support for quality education, exchange of religious ideas, annual humanitarian support to Loba people, and support in peace and prosperity to up to two countries and also the people of Upper Mustang Loba. So this is my approach, what I covered in the paper. The Loba people and geographical setting, the Loba are called southern people. Also, these Loba are settled in particular region called Lochudan, and they were mostly migrated from China. There are like Dongha, Sigase, Lhasa, Kuti, Bugey, Furan, and even Kham. I got this information from a historian, this Ramesh Dungel. He has documented, so I just take it as a granted here. And also the king, and the Amipal, he was ruling there. We established the kingdom of Lo, who declared independent in 1440. So that is also come from this data. And the structure of the people, how they are structured in Lo, they are basically Kutak, they are visitors, and also the ruling class, the king are also called Kutak, and followers, the groom, they are from, now they have got a title, sword and groom, but now they would like to say that Loba, not the groom. And also they give Gara. They call this Semba, they are trained studied this middle hill, but they are not similar kind, you know. And also another group, it's called Drokpa. They are nomadic people and they are pastoralists and egg and sheep and goat they raise. And they have a good relation with other people in Low region and also good relation to China Tibet. And how we understand or understand the Loba and what are the cultural identity? They are for Tibetan Buddhism. Sakyepa is mostly, you know, they're known as Sakyepa dominant sect, and also Dongpa is like they have a household economy. You know, they are indivisible in the sense that property, parental property cannot be divided among the brothers, and they also have a practice of Rene Yapkin, that is a rotational power, benefit, and responsibility sharing. And also in the past they had a fraternal polyandry, and they follow also tensi ritual, which is related with what you call season, agriculture and prosperity, and also fertility related ritual. And also Sakaluka is the one which ritual begins the agricultural activity in Low region, and is women plow the land first, and then the men take over. Okay, this is something which like to show you the setting. You know, this is the Lomantang, and this is I like to give you some impression of land. You know how it is a Trans-Himalayan region, and also there are no trees. You know, this is very dry, and they have to practice pastoralism and other things. And I focus in this I focus about the town, you know, where it is walled city and many monument, this cultural heritage of this. You see the red colored buildings are very old gumba and very well built, and I am very surprised about impressed with the construction materials, architect, and other things. So that is very important for you to look at there. But how this this town built up is not because only the people were very laborers, but also because of, I said that it is because of the relation with China Tibet and the trade which was practiced in the time. You know, it's very long time. I don't know how long it is. This is the I wanted to give the message on. This is the ingredients of prosperity of Loba because of the relations with China. So another thing, this is a map which is found in also the mark. You know, there is one mark here. That is from there. It is a Mustang district, but the mark which I placed there, that is starting the Upper Mustang, and which is a rain shadow and Trans-Himalayan area, which is behind Mount Dhaulagiri, also Nilgiri and Annapurna. So this is a thing. So it's quite big area, but there are now, you know, there are only two municipalities, these rural municipalities there. One is Lomantang and another one is Dola. They are there, and those are called Low region. Yeah, and previously there were 7 or 6, because half of this one British was part of the Upper Mustang. It is also geographically and culturally defined boundary. Okay, and this is the settlement sites are there are from 2,950 to about 4,000 meters above sea level. That's quite high up, and it is quite big area, 2,565 square kilometer, and also rain shadow, and the average annual rainfall, which I calculated also, 170 75 mm per annum, and also the population is very sparse or very the settlement are on the this what you call route of trade. Just 1 day walking distance. All the time, this is related to. I argue that these settlements were built because of the trade and because to stay there and comfort for the traders and these things. So that was the thing. And also total population is very small. And then also I take this quotation from Vista or some idea from Vista that this is very long and deep relationship, not from the state side, also from the people's side. People's side relationship was much deeper and wider, and that affect to the people of Loba also, and which is not documented, and this is very valuable to us. And Upreti has said that there were 24 passes to China, China Tibet, to go for trade. And this is also another thing is like Sorghum Gompo marriage to Bilkuti. This is another thing, and how Huyen Sang described about Nepal, which is already described, and I try to focus on what is the economy of Lo and of people from Upper Mustang. Basically, they are agriculturists, pastoralists, and now what we call handicraft. But their handicraft were based on woolen material. And they have a seasonal trade in Nepal and India. Bananas sweater trade is very much branded thing. And also since 1992, the control and high-yielding types of tourism is practiced, and labor migration is another thing which is a very prosperous country like Europe, America, Japan, Korea, and also they some people are engaged in government office and also NGO. And Trans-Himalayan trade and Loba, and trade is complex connectivity of cultural, religious, and social in ecological system. This is my main point to tell you that. And this mountain people, many different people are from Nepal. They practice this Trans-Himalayan trade, and the material were like grains, and also carpets, this, tobacco and these things, and also import items were basically livestock products, and also tea meat. Yeah? And then now has been continued, but different way, And in the past, barter system was medium of exchange, and they were using caravan, and they rely mostly on their own product. Now that this changes has taken place, that is the time which was given to contract to the salt trade to the Thakali people by the government, and then later on also, but until 1972 there was a rock salt trade from Tibet to on the barter system in Nepali hill region of mid-western Nepal. And this trade circulation means transportation good has changed. This mechanical implements like now truck, tractors are used for transportation, and another thing is that I showed this picture. This is by Tony Hagen. He has given this figure that there was very good trade link from China, Tibet, and also from down, which was changed. This is a system, and this is the seasonal trade in China, China, Tibet, which I took part. I think you will see more picture in the paper than I show here. And these are the Loba people who were carrying their material from China. And new interport trade, because Kerala, they want to make Kerala as a interport. So just and the people, local people had access to the pasture in the past, but also Chinese government have supported to school buildings and also solar and laptops, you see there. And also the solar, 72 kilowatt solar was given to the local people, and this religion, many people refer about this Padmasambhava, who built the Samle Gumba in Tibet. Before that, he suggested to build the Gekar Gumba. This is the oldest one before than Tibet. So this is the very ancient in a way that this was built first in Upper Mustang, then in Tibet. So, and also the there was some kind of war with the Khumpa, and something, I said that was a little bit negative impact to the Lola people, because they had a lot of impact on their economy, because tourism can only introduced in 1992, it still was controlled, and that has a lot of negative consequences. And I would like to conclude that Loba people that are directly associated with the relationship with the people of China in several aspects, the relationship is deep rooted and difficult to explore, quite accurately demands more systematic engagement with the local people. The salt and grain trade was the most crucial, which had a mutual benefit for the people of both countries. The trade is much important due to ecological conditions and still continue even in the form of seasonal trade in China. China-Tibet border area. Loba people of Gandaki province due that prosperity with the new interport via Kaligat river basin, which is called many development activities are implemented to maintain advanced historical, cultural and economic relation to low region. Chinese government has been supportive for modernizing the education with modern communication technology, laptops were granted. The high school children of social solar energy development in Lomantan, annual distribution of foodstuff from Chinese government to the Loba people of Mustang, Nepal. So the ecological setting of Loba of Trans-Himalayan inhabited with similar language, culture, religion, livelihood, economy has a great benefit to occupy the monopoly in the needs. The Loba people are for unity, peace and prosperity of the people of China, similar spirit of development whole toward the Loba and Nepali people as a whole from people's government of China. This is my presentation. Thank you. Many thanks for your kind attention. Okay?
You cooperated us in representing your people within time. So we have divided to make small comments. Each papers. So, to me, Dr. Ji Lingwei, I think you second Symposium. Always Chinese and Indian scholars, they do develop perspectives from macro level, putting China first or India first. But being a Nepali, certain sort of ethnic boundary formation is to a great extent certain sort of reciprocity. If we would say from civilizational or cultural perspective, there were no political unit, country before 2nd century. Even China is the first country all over the world, as far as I know, it is written by one Western scholar. Before that, we had no political boundary. And if we would look at ethnic boundaries from political lens, to some extent, it would demand some sort of limitation. If you would put, we would put from cultural perspective or civilizational perspective, Nepal holds very unique, very continuous civilization. India, they do celebrate Independence Day. So our ethnicity, our history, our civilization is very much continuous one. So if you would like to develop the idea, like is putting Mahabharata or something like as in Nepal or India, China, either Sanskritization would be only Indian ownership or Chinization is Chinese ownership. I think we need to be a little bit critical in this context. Otherwise, what sort of idea you have brought up from here empirically, it's very interesting. I would say that that's my only reservation. Second, General Basnath, I found your presentation very brilliant, very vibrating. And somehow you mentioned that China was protecting us, but we had many histories. We had protected China too. It's the responsibility or duty of neighbors. China's imperial were protector of Nepal. Like if you look at the 1970s history, you have wrote that book on Kampa. As far as I know, the then King Virendra visited China, and Chinese Prime Minister, he requested our king to control Kampa in Nepal. At that time, China was not so powerful as China is today. And Nepal government strongly suppressed Kampa. It means Nepal has contributed a lot. So I think it's the reciprocity between being a neighbor as a political unit. So we need to get history. Of course, object would be one, perspective would be different. Your perspective is one, I would have different perspective. So it is a discourse. So this is my comment. Otherwise, what sort of idea you have brought up is very brilliant. You have developed your archetypal, very much interesting perspective to look at our history, to look at Nepal and China's bilateral relation. These are my certain reservations and comments. Thank you very much.
I had the chance to other two papers to say something about that. Jane Wei illustrated her paper concentrating on the changes occurred in the place she visited, and in this perspective, she nicely presented about the Tibetan Buddhism in role of preservation of nature and animal, and this experience she has gathered while she was in the field study. Thank you very much for your nice paper. And the last speaker is Dr. Khatri, who illustrated the trade link, trade and economic link with Tibet. It is indeed a field study data, and also added some secondary data for in his presentation. Economic cooperations where trade had played a vital role, and he has also illustrated some group engaged in various occupations with highlighting the cultural activities he observes in his field. Thank you very much.
Our houses are inviting us, it's getting too late. So, if you have any queries, comments, supplements, we would be happy to invite. I think we are very tired. Maybe General would like to make some comments.
I think we have got some confusion because I was talking about 749 trillion with Chinese in power. China was supposed to come to support us during the war with against British. We asked the help, but China did not support us. So that after that time, our belief faith on China being different. I want this one. And again I repeat, China never crossed its border to attack other country, to support other countries with military needs. So that in this regard, China never protected us. It was my saying, please. Thank you very much, sir.
So again, on the behalf of organizers, not only organizers, there are several manpowers, several people behind that to make this conference possible as well as successful. We don't have time to name all of them, but I would like to thank you all for making this conference successful, at least first day, and we will have same sort of enthusiasm even tomorrow too. So we will have our conference tomorrow at 10. So on the behalf of organizer, I would like to request you all to come on time, as well as thank you very much for today's your contribution. Thank you very much.